Good morning, everyone. I think we can start. Some participants are still arriving. I know there are some queue outside to enter the building. So good morning and welcome, everyone. Thank you for joining us in Brussels, but also via web stream. For the first EMFAF Info Day under the current programming period. And for this first Info Day, we will present not only one, but two calls for proposal, one on the blue carrier calls and the other one on the regional flagship project calls. As for the agenda of the day, in the morning, we will hear about the policy supporting the calls for proposals and the funding opportunities. This afternoon, we will provide you with more guidance on how to make your proposal and also your project a success. We will also hear about the successful Blue Carrier project, assess and discover what supports exist for regional and Seabasin cooperation at EU level. It will be also the opportunity to present the newly launched Seabasin assistance mechanism funded under EMFAF. For practical reason, I will invite you to use Slido, the hashtag EMFAF. I think that is now shared with you, to ask your question during the day. We will have two slots for questions, one at 11:15 in the morning and the other one at 12:20 after the second set of presentation. Then you will have also plenty of time for networking opportunities in the afternoon or during lunchtime for those of you who are in presence with us today. So we have a busy day, so without further ado, I would like to introduce our first speaker. It's my pleasure to welcome Dirk BECKERS, Director of the European Climate Infrastructure and Environment Executive Agency, CINEA. CINEA manages, on behalf of the European Commission, a number of EU programs, including the European Maritime, Fisheries and Aquaculture Fund, the EMFAF, which is in the spotlight today. So, Dirk, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Vincent, and good morning to all of you. As the director of CINEA, so the European Climate Infrastructure Environment Executive Agency, I'm pleased to welcome you all, whether it's in the room or online, on this Info Day, on two calls, like was just said by Vincent, that are supported by the European Maritime, Fisheries and Aquaculture Fund. Not only it's because it's the first Info Day on the program, like Vincent said, since the launch, but I have to admit that it's the first time I have the chance to speak and to meet EMFAF stakeholders. So I should be a bit embarrassed. It's only now, but anyway, better late than never. So I'm really pleased to meet you all. Now, CINEA, which is I would say commonly referred to as the Green Deal Agency, was set up in 2021 by the European Commission and to manage a number of programs that are contributing to the Green Deal. And of course, this includes the EMFAF program. Now we can contribute there, and we can we can contribute to the objectives by turning climate and environmental challenges into opportunities and making the transition just and inclusive for all. Now, thanks to the Green Deal and the programs implemented by CINEA, we aim at boosting the efficient use of resources by moving to a clean circular economy, restoring biodiversity, cutting pollution, and achieving climate neutrality by 2050. Now, in the agency and for the period 21 to 27, we are expected, I would say, by the Commission to manage a budget or a portfolio of more than 58 billion euros. And some of the programs that we are managing, I guess, they are quite known by you as well. So we are managing the Connecting Europe facility, within the parts on transport and energy. We have Cluster 5, so the research program of Horizon Europe. We have Cluster 5, which is taking care of climate, energy and transport issues. We manage the Innovation Fund, the LIFE program, the Renewable Financing Mechanism, the Just Transition Mechanism, and then you will see that there is the more important one for today that I not mentioned yet, which is the Maritime Fisheries and Aquaculture Fund, which supports the Common Fisheries Policy, the Maritime Policy, and the EU Agenda for International Governance, Ocean Governance. Now, after having given this short introduction, let me tell you as well that with CINEA, we bring the blue into the green. We are the agency, indeed, with the biggest maritime focus. And I can give you maybe some examples of projects that we're financing under our different programs. Now, under the Connecting Europe facility, we support port infrastructure and projects such as access to Napa, which support the development of ports in the Northern Adriatic as efficient and sustainable entry and exit points for goods. Under Horizon Europe, we support waterborne project research and innovation projects. We also fund projects in offshore renewable energies, including wind, wave, and tidal energy. Now, in this respect, I would like to quote the Core Wind project, which aims in achieving significant cost reductions and enhancing performance of floating wind technology through disruptive and cost-efficient solutions. Under Horizon Europe Ocean Mission, we also support a variety of topics and the so-called lighthouse demonstrator projects in major European sea and river basins, covering the Atlantic and Arctic, the Mediterranean, North Sea, and Baltic and Danube basins. I don't intend to go in detail because I think Andreea STRACHINESCU will come back on this. Now, in the Innovation Fund, to continue with the programs that we're managing, I would like to quote the Green Motril project, which will transform the seaport of Motril in Spain into the first European port able to operate off-grid while maintaining its basic services thanks to a self-managed energy community using renewable energies. Under the LIFE program, we have many projects that are related to marine environment and restoration of ecosystems. One example would be the LIFE Suples project, which designed an innovative system to remove litter from the mouth of the rivers and preventing it therefore as well from reaching the seas. Then under the Maritime Fisheries and Aquaculture Fund, we already manage, as you surely all know, we already manage a great variety of successful projects contributing to a sustainable blue economy. For example, we already manage a set of Blue Careers projects and the first round of regional flagship projects which started last summer. As an education and training project focusing on careers in safety and security issues related to ships and offshore platforms, the SS project will explain later their strategy and how they build on the project to carry on their activities. As you can see, we have indeed maritime projects under most of our programs with a very wide sectoral coverage from renewable energy to ports and the protection of the marine environment. This gives the agency a great added value when it comes to creating synergies between programs and between projects. EMFAF, as a program entirely focusing on the sustainable blue economy, is very well placed to create links with all other programs, and I would say in particular with the Ocean Mission. And let me give you maybe an example of this one, because under the regional flagships call, which will be presented later on, there is one topic on regenerative ocean farming in the Baltic Sea, where the beneficiaries will have to explicitly address the synergies with sister projects that will start next year under the related Ocean Mission topic. So you see there's really, from the side of the Commission as well, more and more requests to make sure that we have synergies between our programs. Now, as I said earlier, our agency has the biggest maritime focus thanks to the different programs that we're managing. And of course, with such a variety comes a wide range of maritime stakeholders. Now, the audience today, whether it's here or remotely or online, is not an exception to the rule. We have education, industry, and training institutes participating for the Blue Careers Call. We also have public authorities, research organizations, SMEs, fisheries stakeholders, and many other types of participants. The session of today is, of course, for all of you, and I'm pleased to see so many people in the room, but I know much more even following online. So I would like to encourage you to follow or to use every possibility that you have in the room or online to engage with the speakers and as well to meet partners during the business-to-business matchmaking sessions. Now I will leave now the floor to Andreea STRACHINESCU, who will walk you through the EU mission, Restore Our Ocean and Seas, and she will explain how stakeholders and each of us can support the implementation of the mission Ocean. So from my side, I would like to thank you for your attention. Wish you all a very nice info day with a lot of good input so that you can come up with very good proposals and make our life a bit difficult in selecting the best one. So many thanks and enjoy the info day. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dirk, for being here today with us and for your contribution. And thank you also for giving an overview of the agency's relevant programs and to highlight the blue dimension we have in common in all these programs. So from your introduction, we can retain that CINEA can act as a hub for maritime projects and stakeholders and to deliver the European Green Deal. Before giving the floor to Andreea and go further with our agenda, I would like to remind you all participants that, including those participating via web streaming, that you can ask your question via Slido using the hashtag EMFAF. I think you can, it's appearing on the screen. But now I would like to move to our next speaker. So as already introduced briefly by Dirk, Andreea STRACHINESCU is head of unit in the European Commission DG MARE. She's leading the unit on maritime innovation, marine knowledge and investment. She will present the mission Ocean and explain how all stakeholders can have an active role there through the mission implementation charter. Andreea, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. More than happy to be here to see you in person, and welcome to all the ones following us via web streaming. In the initiatives that we have and various instruments, of course, that the way that we move them forward, the synergies are important. And we look at this not at the separated, either it's EMFAF of Horizon Europe. We want to see how we can create benefits among the projects and, of course, to build a community to exchange on the innovation that is demonstrated. So the mission Ocean, sorry, I was too fast. The mission Ocean is one of the 5 missions that appeared as a novelty in Horizon Europe. And it's extremely important because among the 5, we have one addressing ocean, seas, and waters. So the whole water ecosystem is not only about the ocean, but it's also about the seas, lakes, rivers, all of them that are interconnected, and we are addressing all these ecosystems. So the problem is addressed at European scale, and it's extremely important to deliver impact. We have a budget through Horizon Europe, but this budget is not going to be enough to address all the challenges. The importance of the mission was acknowledged this year in February by the President of the European Commission, and at that moment it was announced the funding that we have available for the first 3 years. So it's 0.5 billion. I think you agree with me that this is probably a drop in the ocean, addressing all the problems that we want to solve in order to benefit from healthy ocean, seas, and waters. But this can be seen as a seed money, and it's extremely important to see how we can engage various activities and also projects happening beyond Horizon to benefit from what is happening in Horizon. So we have objectives and targets that are coming from the European Green Deal. The ambition of the Commission looking at the next period of time in terms of decarbonization, but also addressing pollution and also looking at the circularity of the blue economy. So the objectives are main ones there, and the targets that you see on the right are coming from the various initiative legislative that Commission already issued adopted until now. Because either it's Zero Pollution Action Plan, but also all the others that are adopted and are to be adopted, we linked on this, and the mission is intended to contribute to this. So we look at the pollution from all the perspectives and all the chemicals. We look as well as the freshwater and marine ecosystem also and their biodiversity. And blue economy, it's quite large, I would say, in terms of sectors, but the mission is looking to see how this can be, of course, developed from the perspective of the carbon neutrality and circularity. Again, we have to think and to create, I would say, complementarity synergies with all the other parts of Horizon and other instruments as EMFAF. How we work. We work with the lighthouses. So think of the lighthouses at regions. And here, as this mentioned, this is how we started in terms of the priorities that you saw previously, the objectives, and how they are addressed in the first calls of Horizon Europe. The 3 objectives are important for all areas. So it's not that we are going to work only on these 4 specific, like Mediterranean is going to work only on pollution. No, all the objectives are important. But it's a way we started in order to be able to multiply this. And I will explain how this is going to happen. So we have the projects in the work program 2021 that are almost signed, so they will be probably available to be announced soon. The call 2022, the evaluation, it's ongoing, and 2023, it's going to be open at the end of this year. In this project, we have looking at these objectives, as you see here illustrated, in terms of addressing these objectives. But what is important is the concept of associated regions, that each project selected has to bring, once evaluated and of course signed, they have to bring at least 5 associated regions situated elsewhere than where the project is taking place. So a project addressing pollution in Mediterranean will be requested to bring at least 5 associated regions elsewhere than Mediterranean. Like this, of course, we want that all these priorities is addressed all across Europe. With 3 years, of course, and each project, innovation action, so pilot and demonstration, having this concept introduced, will have more than 100 associated regions important in Europe, which is extremely important. Now, there is another angle. So here it's a little bit illustrated what I previously mentioned, and you can see what was in the work program 2021 and 2022. The idea is that when we look at marine and freshwater ecosystems, you can see that these are entering other than that Danube, Black Sea, but also Atlantic and Arctic. There is also the call on blue parks looking at marine protected areas. And this is all across Europe without a specific geographical identification. And then pollution for Mediterranean. From the plastic in the first year, looking at the chemicals pollution in 2022. And also cross-basin topics looking at the pollution, plastic pollution on European rivers. And also, one important element, we know that fishing gear is a source of pollution, that we want to see how this can be developed in a cross-basin approach, looking at to reduce the environmental impact. And Baltic and North Sea, it's about, of course, blue economy, carbon neutrality, and circularity. Now, we have a lot of initiatives. Horizon, Mission Ocean, European Maritime, Fisheries and Aquaculture Fund. We have as well other parts of Horizon. We have projects that are taken at national level, at regional level, that are looking at ocean, and they are looking how they can address some of the objectives that I presented earlier. And we like to work and to bring everybody taking action for ocean and seas together. And for this, we launched the Charter in Lisbon this year on 30th of June at the UN Ocean Conference, with the aim to bring together all the stakeholders that are interested to work at European Union level, at regional level, to engage in other areas, and also to be part of the community. Why I'm saying the community? Because at the level of the lighthouses that previously you saw, there will be platforms that are going to work with these communities. The idea is to see how in some cases, interesting action can be replicated elsewhere, maybe to see how financing can be considered for the ones looking for, or partners to develop the projects. It's not something that if you are interested to be part of the charter, it will be binding, and it's the rule of law. It's really open, it's based on your interest, and to collaborate, to engage, and to develop what you are interested to put in place at the level of some regions. It's broad. So it's broad because we need a whole innovation chain. We need research and innovation actions, but we need also all the knowledge and all the data in order to be able to build projects. It's about upscaling deployment of innovative solutions already demonstrated. It's about citizen engagement, citizen science, also role of the communities. You saw that for the mission, involvement of citizens is extremely important, and education and training. All these actions can be considered for the charter. So it's not only about research. Now, it's not very complicated to be part of this, and there are benefits. First of all, it's the visibility of what you are doing. Once you register to be part of the charter, your action becomes visible. You are visible for the whole community in Europe, and not only. You will have the opportunities for networking and for exchanging best practices. I mentioned that there will be dedicated platforms at the level of each lighthouse building on this. You will have access to all the initiatives and the tools on ocean literacy and education. And previously mentioned the mission implementation platform services, access to knowledge, projects, information on funding, investment opportunities, and also to all the support that are coming from this platform and the coordination and support actions. So how to be part of the mission? It's not very complicated. It's a website. Just if you type Mission Ocean Charter, you will arrive there. You have a short form to be filled in. And then, of course, we are looking to see if all the fields have been filled in and you are part of the charter. You are visible and you can engage. So we look forward to see many of you being part of this. And this is how, after you submitted your action and this is evaluated, this is how you are going to be visible. The search can be done, and the colors, this is just an example, are corresponding to the type of action that previously I mentioned. Either it's research and innovation, either it's upscaling or ocean literacy. So everybody who is looking or searching for a certain type of action, they can see what is happening in Europe. But you as well, you will be visible for all the ones that are interested to work with you. So there are a lot of benefits of being part of the charter, and I encourage you to submit your actions. I'm certain that you are involved in other projects that probably the ones for which you are here today. There are projects that, as I said, regional, national level, that you can bring them to the charter. You can grow based on this, and I think the possibility to network and to learn from each other, it's extremely important. This is the charter about. Now, I would like also to mention to follow our communication. We would like to organize in February a mission ocean here in Brussels to be communicated soon. But until then, do not forget to register and be part of the charter, because the actions that are the ones submitted, and also there are, of course, past being evaluated and having all the fields in, will have also the pleasure to invite them in Brussels for the event. And then, of course, as the coordination and support action will start the work soon, they will engage with all the ones already submitted to the charter. For the communication purposes, these are the hashtags about the mission Ocean. And if there are any questions, either today or later on, please do not hesitate to come back to us. We'll be more than happy to work with all of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Andreea, for presenting this new approach and the work under the Mission Ocean, and for stressing the benefits of being part of the Charter for all the projects and stakeholders working in the maritime environment. we count on you to spread the word on this new approach, on the charter, on the Mission Ocean, and bring your projects and your network into the charter on Mission Ocean. Yes, since our next speaker is not there yet, I would like maybe to invite you to ask your question on the charter. So we have the opportunity now to address the question to Andreea via Slido or directly in the room. I have one question here that maybe is related. Is how are you envisaging synergies happening? The question was removed. Happening between the EMFAF projects and Horizon mission, the ocean mission. This was, yeah. I don't know, maybe, Andreea, if you want to say a few words on that.
Yes, of course. First of all, if you look at the calls that the call for 2022 now, as I said, it's closed, but you can always look for the work program 2021, 2022, and also look in 2023 that is going to be open at the end of the year. You'll see that in Horizon, we are requesting in the projects, which the innovation actions, which are pilot and demonstration, to build and to bring in the results of other successful demonstrated projects. So the idea is, of course, that being a demonstration project quite broad as it is defined, we want that all the other successful projects that were demonstrated or linked to maybe the needs of a certain region, as blue careers that we are going to speak here today. We know that there were previous calls, to see how you bring them in, how you link it, and to develop a solution that is going to be viable for a full region. I think the most important is to read, I would say carefully, the call of Horizon Europe on the projects. They are not easy ones, they are complex, and you have to think that you have to address the full, as I put, innovation chain. You need as well to consider in the projects of the mission involvement of the citizens, involvement of the communities. So for sure that there are various ones around on which you can build and consider when applying for Horizon Europe call. The info day for Horizon Europe for Mission Ocean is foreseen for 17th of January for the work program 2023, and for sure then you will be able to hear more about.
Then there is a question, can there be project focusing on in Black Sea Basin?
For Horizon Europe, for the Mission Ocean, it's looking, and you saw when you have Danube up to the Black Sea. So, of course, and even in the actions that we have now submitted on the charter, if you look on the website, you will see that there are not only country members of the European Union, because addressing Mediterranean, addressing Black Sea, addressing Atlantic, sometimes you go, of course, outside European Union. And there are collaborations that are put in place at the level of these sea basins. You will hear in the afternoon my colleague Christos ECONOMOU will have the presentation of the call and of the flagships. There are collaborations that are put in place. So yes, Danube, when you think of the lighthouse, it's considered with the Black Sea. In Horizon, the call, it's looking at the Danube Black Sea, but there are also the calls, as I mentioned, they were in 2022, there are across basin. So you have the restoration of the coastal ecosystems, which are under blue parks, but also some other topics, like there were the rivers that can be addressed, rivers going to various sea basins that can be addressed all across Europe. So, yes.
Thank you, Andreea. We have another question about, which is the following. Are the scopes of the lighthouses being revised and modified in the future?
We just started in 2021, so for sure that probably if we want to build, we need to give a certain time. The revision of all missions is going to take place next year to see what we achieved. But if you look at all the 5 missions, the objectives are going up to 2030. I think there is no need to revise the scope because the lighthouses, as I said, think of an area. So for the moment, we covered the whole Europe, either coastal countries, but also landlocked ones. The idea is to be able, and with the concept of associated regions, this is what we tried, and with the charter, so to be able to address all the objectives, restoration, pollution, and decarbonization at the level of whole Europe and all the lighthouses.
Thank you. Thank you. I would like also to clarify that indeed all the presentations will be made available on the website after the info day. There is a question now, I don't know whether you can answer it. It's related to the fisheries and the CFP. How do the fisheries actions relate to the CFP? Is there an update of the common fisheries policy foreseen in the future? So it's a bit.
Maybe you can keep the actions for my Director General coming soon.
Ms. VITCHEVA will mention it in her intervention, this current report on the CFP implementation. Is there any other question from the room or the audience participating remotely on the Mission Ocean? I have to say also that in the calls that are going to be presented today, the Mission Ocean, it's an important framework that should also be considered in the proposal that will be submitted. It will be part also of the evaluation of these proposals. I think I can hear Ms. VITCHEVA arrive. So maybe I can anticipate and introduce you our next speaker, which is Mrs. VITCHEVA, joining us today. Thank you for coming. Charlina VITCHEVA is the Director General for DG MARE. She's going to... Directly here. Yeah, it is right, directly to work. Thank you. Good morning, Charlina. And I give you some moment to arrive.
No, I don't need to breathe. It's fine.
So thank you for being with us. I know you are a very full agenda, and it's very appreciated that you are with us for this info day on the 2 calls for proposals that were launched recently. So Mrs. VITCHEVA is going to update us on the latest policy development in the sustainable blue economy and all the calls for proposals that are presented today fit into this wider context. So Charlina, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, and good morning, everyone. Apologies, we had a very long meeting of the Directors General this morning because there are a number of important packages, and since we are talking about policy developments, one of these was the energy package. And it is not that there is no link with what we are going to talk today about, but I'm really glad to be here with you. And actually, on the way to this event, I used every opportunity to encourage people to attend the info days, because this is the time when you can get clarification on all your questions related to our projects, but also this is the time when we can propagate and give all the information so that you can encourage you to apply for the projects under these calls that you're going to discuss today in these info days. These are 2 major initiatives that will be supported with the 2 calls that you're going to deliberate on today, and we would like to get the best projects and to, of course, finance the best projects coming. So I'm talking firstly about the 3rd iteration of our Blue Careers call, and also the 2nd initiative, Regional Flagship Projects call, under our European Maritime, Fisheries and Aquaculture Fund, and probably to say a couple of words about EMFAF, the way we call it as an acronym. As you know, it has both shared management and non-shared or direct, indirect management projects. And I just wanted to give you also a bit of a heads up that by the end of the year, all the operational programs under the shared management in our member states will be adopted. This is a very good news, so please be alert not only about the calls that we're going to talk today about, which are non-shared, so directly managed by the Commission, calls through our agency CINEA. I saw Dirk leaving the building, but I won't still, because there are so many colleagues from CINEA today, I would like to pass my very warm thank you to the team for working with us, and also to the team of DG MARE, because only with these joint efforts we can really manage these funds on the part of the Commission. So please be alert of the two hands of EMFAF. The shared management is now picking up with the programs. Please first participate with your representatives in the management committees. Normally these should be probably, with the exception of some, because France had the first management committee already in July, but please participate, take part in the selection criteria discussions, please participate in the calls under these shared management programs, and today you're going to get a bit more of a flavor of these two calls under the direct management of the Commission. Under these two calls, we will have 15 million euro of support. So this is quite an amount on these two calls. And I hope really, I'm repeating once again, to get the best proposals financed, because we would like to, for these projects to be afterwards scaled up, why not under the shared management programs? And to leave more than one-off effort, but a legacy behind them. With regard to these two new calls as important tools of our policies in the blue economy, and as an additional means to serve the headline ambitions of the European Green Deal and its translation into the blue economy, I can explain today why we consider them so important, how they fit into the policy context. And I would like to start with the skills. The skills policies can help deliver on the Commission's ambition to deliver a green and digital transition, but also more efficient and resilient EU economy. Resilience is extremely important, the concept, because we've been through crises in the last 2-3 years, starting with the pandemic, but even I can mention Brexit in our area. It is of huge importance in terms of impact, but also the high energy prices, which really put to test the resilience of our economy. So in these terms, and also talking in favor of how much skills are important, next year, 2023, is the European Year of Skills. And it is a demonstration of the economy-wide relevance, and in particular, in our case, for the sustainable blue economy and its advancement and contribution to our headline targets as European Union. And actually, our Blue Careers call contributes towards that. Probably just to link it with why I was late, the DG's meeting, one of the important packages that were adopted in the last college was actually the European semester package. As part of this European semester package, there is always the so-called joint employment report, and probably you will be the first to hear, because the press release is now in the making, what this joint employment report is about. It sets targets for 2030. And actually, these headline targets are oriented to a couple of very important objectives. One of them is to limit the youth unemployment. And if we have achieved quite good results in terms of employment and in terms of decreasing the unemployment, which is not higher than 6+% at the moment, the youth unemployment is double. So if the overall unemployment is 6+%, the youth unemployment is 11%. So here we have one of the elements on which we have to concentrate and try to deal with in our coastal regions, and not only with regard to the blue skills. Another set of targets will be linked to active adult practices in terms of learning. And there again, the blue skills are there not only to strengthen our match between what economy wants and what our skills labor offers, but also it offers a huge possibility for diversification. And at the background of the unemployment figures, we have to also consider the structural shortcomings that we still have labor shortages. And these labor shortages exactly come from the fact that there is a mismatch between the skills on the labor market and what the economy requires. So I'm linking a bit with the latest news in the area of employment, because this is the big, actually, framework in which this initiative can be considered. Skill policies are actually at the core of the green transition of the European Green Deal, because they are an enabler. They are an enabler for growth, they are an enabler for achieving sustainability, and decarbonization is part of it, and they can bring innovation and enable the innovation that is out there in terms of technological advancement. So they can actually respond to, but also tap into the potential of the rapid technological advancement. And this change in terms of skill will be translated afterwards through the enabling part into a change into the overall economy through this match exercise between the skills and the requirements of the labor market. So we have every interest to untap this potential of the technological advancement, to tap the potential of the green and digital transition, and this interest actually goes through advancing in achieving the skills that are needed in our economic sectors. In the blue economy, skills acquisition need to be addressed for all blue economy sectors. So it's not only about the ones that are innovation born, but also for the traditional sectors, because they are also with a lot of innovation on their way to their technological upgrading. And as I said, here we have to concentrate, for example, on the young fishers' skills, on the, why not, maritime tourism, on energy production, because as I said, energy is very high on the political agenda. There is a lot of potential to be tapped with regard to energy production offshore, ocean energy production, new renewable energies from sea and oceans. So for this we need the skills. Decarbonization of fisheries and aquaculture, and here I would like to give you one policy initiative that was also on the agenda of the last Ministerial Council, the Council of Ministers for Agriculture and Fisheries, where the Commissioner explained where we would like to go with this initiative of decarbonization, whether we are talking about production of renewables, whether we are talking about how these renewables can be put on board the fisheries vessels or in the individual enterprises dealing with aquaculture. So that will be an enormous endeavor where we would like to connect with all the stakeholders, starting from fishers, but also the shipbuilders, ship designers, the research community, the regional authorities. So everybody that has a stake and interest to implement this decarbonization will be welcome. There is a call for evidence that is ongoing until the beginning of December. So please link everything into one concept together with the skills, because nothing can be done without the matching skills with regard to decarbonization as well. We will welcome also maritime technologies related skills, sport-related or environmental protection-related skills. Blue bioeconomy, extremely important, and here I will signal another policy initiative which is quite new. It's a brand new initiative. This is the algae initiative that was published only last week. In order to tap the huge potential of algae economy, we need to match it with the blue skills necessary. These are bioeconomy skills related and based on the usage of algae. So a lot out there and a lot of matching gaps to fill. Skills are key as well for any future development of the blue economy sectors, of blue economy professionals. And as I've said, they represent a huge potential for the core businesses, but also for diversification activities. And this is a lot linked with our narrative when it comes for fisheries, especially when we have to limit fisheries because of depleted fisheries stocks, resources. Then we need to go down with the fisheries activity. And then in order to support the income, we need diversification, which normally goes into blue skills for blue economic sectors that can still be implemented in the coastal regions. Especially now, and for most of the blue economy sectors, we see that all these are progressively but steadily becoming highly technological and constantly driven by innovation and digital transformation. We need, therefore, to address the specific gaps of these innovative skills that are needed and to consider very carefully the requirements of the labor market with regard to these technological trends and perspectives. So in a nutshell, we need to work, all of us, together to bring the skills to the level of the 21st century. And this is an important challenge. So here we provide help with these calls, and we are offering a recurrent call for proposals for blue careers. This Blue Careers call is the third so far. Previous editions showed the interest for support of such skills development, and current policy priorities also call for enhanced focus on skills. The blue economy is vast, and therefore one size fits all is not the approach that can help us. We have to cater for the different needs, and for this we need bottom-up approaches. So that's why this call is based on the bottom-up initiatives that will come from you in order to take care of the needs that you perceive at your level in your regions. And as I've said, we will need to have the legacy and continuation perspective, of which I saw on the agenda. Colleagues will deliberate together with you. You will hear much on that later. But what is essential is that we need the relevant skills now. I would reiterate to be in tune with the Year of Skills initiative, so be aware of what else will be there on the table, and link it up with the skills necessary not only for the blue economy, but anything that makes a link with any other economic sector you are working with. And of course, for us in DG Mare, in the blue economy, the year gives, this Year of Skills gives us the opportunity to complement and strengthen the provisions that we already have under EMFAF, and to use the funds in order to get the skills upgraded. Don't forget also the European Social Fund. This is the big structural fund that deals with skills, and I'm doing everything necessary in order to sensitize my colleagues in DG Employment that they take care also of the blue skills in their bigger agenda. As I've said also, energy transition is another big initiative, and please follow our decarbonization initiative in order to be in tune with this bigger initiative that will be on the table for all the stakeholders in the next year. Talking now about the opportunities in the blue economy, we are in the process of implementing the the renewed EU approach for sustainable blue economy, and I will recall that we had a communication on this last year in 2021 in May, when we had two very important documents, not only the communication on sustainable blue economy, but also the guidelines for sustainable aquaculture, extremely relevant for that as well. So through this initiative with the Blue Careers, we will aim at implementing these strategic documents, which we are now implementing. And also, as always, and I'm personally very committed to that, my plea is always for cooperation. So we would like to launch also through the Blue Careers a renewed cooperation call at the level of sea basins, because nothing can be really synergetic in our blue economy strive except if we consider all the initiatives at a bigger holistic scale of a sea basin. And there we have a number of documents that can put the frame nicely. And I will start with the Atlantic strategy, also with the WestMed and related Union for the Mediterranean activities. I will mention the Black Sea Common Maritime Agenda, which is a bit stalled at the moment, but we are trying to do everything in order to relaunch this initiative. I would mention also the macro-regional strategies that are sea basin as well. The first one ever, the Baltic Sea one, but also the Ionian Adriatic one. So these are all frameworks in which we would like to encourage the cooperation. And the second call that you will discuss today is exactly about this, by launching these flagship calls in order to achieve the goals of the Sustainable Blue Economy Strategy in each sea basin. For this, we will allocate 7.6 million. What we have designed is a model for sea basins cooperation in targeted areas of economic activity. In this sense, our focus support is geographically richer, with a wider coverage, covering all the European sea basins and addressing 6 different topics too. Though the colleagues are going to cover them in detail, let me just enumerate these. For the Atlantic, we will have the support for diversification of fisheries activities, to support job creation and new income sources for them. And I can nicely link it with Mission Ocean, where we have biodiversity and conservation measures, and to link it exactly with what I've said, where conservation measures need to go down with the fisheries, we need job diversification. So you see that we have a nice match and complementarity with everything we are doing. And I would encourage you to listen very carefully to Andreea when she's going to explain about the Mission Ocean, the top objectives, how they can be linked with the 2 calls, and how to register yourself and put your wonderful activities and projects into the charter that is out there and is now picking up with a lot of initiatives willing to be registered there. For the Black Sea, to continue, so the second initiative, we need to respond to the new challenges linked to marine pollution. And again, the Mediterranean lighthouse under the Mission Ocean is actually to limit the pollution, so you see the link there. Black Sea is always part of the Mediterranean basin. For the Mediterranean in general, we would like to also tackle sustainable transport and ports, again linked with limiting the pollution, and especially the plastic pollution on the Mission Ocean. We would like to have an effective network of maritime clusters across the Mediterranean in order to have innovative enablers for sustainable blue economy. And I will come also to the specific objective for our outermost regions. I'm sure that there are representatives, both here but also online, that will be interested in how they can participate. There we will be promoting sustainable maritime and coastal tourism. This is still untapped potential there. And for the Baltic Sea, we will foster regenerative ocean farming to help reorient fishers from extraction to ocean regeneration activities. And there, the mission ocean is for sustainable blue economy, low carbon or zero carbon blue economy. So that is in a nutshell. As I said, Andreea is going to put another strategic layer in her presentation with the EU mission Restore Our Ocean and Waters. I'm sure that she will say more about the upcoming call that will be open in January about that and the mission charter. I will strongly again encourage you to participate in the charter, because it has not only the label there of who does what, but also it brings all participants together into a synergetic link and network effect, and also there will be a lot of information that you will be able to get available to you being a participant in the charter. So with the mission, which is Horizon Europe, with the European Maritime, Fisheries and Aquaculture Fund and the calls today, we provide the toolbox for the needed transition and making the blue economy thrive in the future and help us reach economic resilience. Thank you very much for your attention. I hope it was useful. And please take the advantage of the calls that are coming up. Please participate and please put all your questions in order to be clear of what is in there for you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Shall I stay for some questions or not?
Yes, maybe if there is any burning question to Charlina VITCHEVA. Just trying to see. Yeah, there. Don't think it's more about the calls on what. Yeah, I think we will address those questions afterwards. I would like to thank you very much for setting so well the scene and sharing with us the latest news on the policy developments, fresh from the day.
Yeah, fresh from the day. Yeah. Thank you very much. I wish you a fruitful discussion.
Thank you very much. Thank you. So I suggest now to continue with the core of our info day, the presentation now on a detailed presentation on the two calls that were launched recently, and starting with the call on blue careers for a sustainable blue economy. I have the pleasure to invite Mrs. KONTOUDAKIS and KARASAVVIDOU for presenting first the policy, more specifically the policy context, although Charlina already very well presented the challenges linked to this call, and then the specificities of the calls in terms of eligibility and participation. So, Andy, Sonia, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Good morning to everybody, those attending this event remotely as well. And I will not go into many details in terms of policy context, because Charlina, our DG, was eloquent enough to provide those. But I will just use an entry point, the new approach for sustainable blue economy, the communication of a year and a half ago that Charlina introduced, to show you that we anchor every activity and every initiative like these calls for proposals into this new approach, new take for the blue economy. And we want to tackle the challenges that we see in front of us, challenges brought forward by the twin digital and green transition, but also the energy transition that we need to undergo. And we have the challenges of making the economy more resilient and more robust, capable of withstanding blows, economic blows. In this sense, what we are needed mostly and be best equipped with is skills. So what we need for the blue economy as well is a maritime workforce that it is that has an updated set of skills, that it is well trained, and it has the ability to upgrade and know more and acquire new skills in order to tackle this transition, tackle these challenges, but also bring forward, beyond these challenges, bring forward the opportunities that lie in the blue economy and create innovative businesses and innovative startups. So the overall aim of this call is to create, to, let's say, favor the next generation of blue skills and provide the opportunities for attractive, sustainable, and maritime careers in the future of the blue economy. For the background, you heard Charlina say that this is the third Blue Careers edition. We have run a couple of calls in the past, and there we have seen that the interest for Blue Careers development, for skills development in the blue economy, remains strong. And because of the current policy requisites and because of the priorities that we have set forward, these call for enhanced support of skills in all economic sectors of activity, blue economy included. So, within the blue economy, we cannot have an approach of one fits all, as Charlina also mentioned. We have a vast array of sectors and subsectors within the blue economy, all of them necessitating a diversified set of skills. So what we are trying to afford through this Blue Careers call is to have the local level, the stakeholders themselves who deal with these things come up with bottom-up solutions and approaches, and like that give a clear perspective and legacy activities for skills development in the future. This is the main context within which we developed this call. We have set forward activities that will respond to the Green Deal objectives, will respond to the digital and green transition requirements, will respond to the recovery and resilience effort that we have set in Europe, and there you have a specific accent and a specific pillar of activities for skills development, which we need to adapt and move into the blue economy as well. And, of course, what is coming on is the extra accent that we will provide through a dedicated, a designated 2023 as a year of skills, which succeeds this year of youth. So from next year on, the focus, the accent, and the support will be on skills activities throughout the European economy. Blue economy features already substantially there as well, because, among other things, of the Blue Careers call that we have designed and we launch today. So, why this call? Because we had some challenges to face. I will not go into very many details. You have already the call for proposals available, where we go into details on why and the challenges there. Basically, 4 sections of challenges for you. We need to develop soft skills, green, digital skills, transversal, multidisciplinary skills at different levels, higher education, vocational training level as well. We need to provide for a skills ecosystems. We still lack the skills ecosystems at Seabasin area. So within a Seabasin, within a region, there needs to be a skills ecosystem developed so partners and stakeholders talk to each other and synergetically and complementary bring actions together. We need to ease the recognition and certification processes among countries and among regions. The training, certifications and qualification processes are still varied, and there are still barriers there to address. And we need to have a more structured collaboration between industry, which is the recipient of skilled workforce, and those producing the skilled workforce, that is educational and vocational training institutes. This alignment needs to be done also in terms of the technological developments that we are facing today. You heard that there is a lot of technological progress and digitalization going on in the blue economy, and this creates a gap in the workforce that we have in place and the needs of the economy and of the sectors to grow and become competitive. So the objectives under this call, for example, are basically to contribute to the development of the next generation of blue skills, provide opportunities for these attractive, technologically ready careers in the blue economy, and to have innovative cooperation projects that bring together the industry and its needs and the relevant maritime and vocational training maritime institutes to work together to provide the solutions and the workforce that we need for the blue economy. And like that, promote these kind of green and digital careers, promote the reskilling and upskilling opportunities offered and the cooperation offered between these two major stakeholders at least, and bring more awareness and more attractiveness for students and youth into the opportunities that lie in the blue economy. There, with this at mind, we have tried to design specific themes and priorities under this call. And you will see it in the call text that we want to develop innovative material, we want to pilot innovative teaching and training approaches, hybrid teaching, digital remote teaching, on-the-job teaching. We need to set up collaboration frameworks, as we said, between industrial sectors and dispensers of training and education. We need to pull together resources at physical or digital level. We need to build tools, platforms, create mobility schemes, etc., etc. And we need to propose and test mutual recognition schemes for skills acquisition. So the themes we have designed will help you build the proposals and the answers that we need through specific activities and solutions that my colleague Sonia will be much more at your hands to develop and explain. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Andy. Moving very quickly as we're running late on the activities. The call provides an indicative but non-exhaustive list of activities. First of all, we have innovative training modules, so applicants can develop training modules, for example, that should encourage sustainable and circular approaches. For example, coastal tourism sustainable practices, port activities, environmental management, for maritime ecosystems, etc. I don't want to give too many examples because I know that we have no time. Secondly, under the combination of training means for skills development, applicants should promote the different necessary skills that Andy also mentioned on soft, green, digital, through a variety of means. For example, by using traditional trainings that I mentioned, also hybrid teaching, e-learning, practical placements at higher education and also at vocational training level. Operational links between academia and industry. Their applicants should set up continuous trainings of trainers, for example, or on-the-job trainings, apprenticeships, mentoring schemes, or job shadowing schemes for the upskilling and reskilling of the blue economy professionals. On pooling and sharing of resources between the education and vet institutions and the industry. The applicant should work on sharing training simulators, for example, different platforms that they have, different schemes that they use, hybrid teaching, again, different teaching materials, digital tools that exist, e-learning solutions, etc. And on awareness raising campaigns, indeed they should go do awareness raising campaigns among blue economy operators, but also including fishers. And the applicants' choice of the different sectors that they would focus on and on the actions that they will focus on has to be based on an analysis of needs. And this is important. This is something new in this call that we didn't have in the past. Moving on to expected impacts, in line with the objectives and the priorities that Andy mentioned before, we would expect to deliver new educational trainings and materials and processes and different methodologies in a given blue economy sector that you would choose. Set up trainings of trainer schemes to ensure dissemination of the most recent knowledge and practices. Set up reskilling and upskilling schemes to facilitate career advancement and job mobility, talent retention, also in improving employability and adaptability of students following the acquisition of digital, green and soft skills that we mentioned before, through learning or through practical work that I said, on the on-the-job trainings, on mentoring, for example, using job shadowing schemes, etc. Increasing awareness, visibility and attractiveness of the blue careers professionals for students from secondary and higher education. That's also very important. And lastly, provide hands-on experience and learning for the blue economy labor force. Now, applicants, as Director General VITCHEVA mentioned, have to list the main results in a concrete, realistic, and quantified way as far as possible, and include KPIs for EMFAF. What I mean is that we need to know how many jobs will be created, for example, or how many jobs will be maintained, etc. So this is also important to put in your application. Proposals must also include a legacy plan and a business plan, something that will be further mentioned in the afternoon, and you will hear more about that in the afternoon. On eligibility conditions, to be eligible to apply, the beneficiaries must be legal entities, private or public, and be established in one of the eligible countries, that is an EU member state, or including also the overseas territories, and one of the non-EU countries that is also eligible, and we have a list of non-eligible countries here that you can also find, of course, in the call text. On the consortium composition, we have minimum, we expect to have at least 3 independent entities applying from 2 different EU countries or eligible countries. That includes at least an educational training organization, or a university, a vocational training organization, a research center, an educational institution, and an industry representative body. And the coordinator, very important, must be established in an EU member state. On the geographical location, proposals shall relate to activities taking place in the EU territory and the EU waters. And these are the sea basins we're talking about: North Sea, Baltic, Black Sea, Atlantic, Mediterranean, and outermost regions. Focus can be also on sub and part regions and outermost regions that I mentioned before. And for the non-EU countries, the eligible ones are the ones that were mentioned before. And also you can find them in the list in the call text. Clearly, attention should be given to the following. You should clearly choose the priority and the theme you are focusing on. Design your proposal always with the industry representative, because we need to have the industry on board, because this is what we focus is on the needs of the industry. Develop regional partnerships. Consider skills needs at sea basin level, develop multidisciplinary approaches to the extent possible, and also, if possible, involve partners from outermost regions, from the 9 outermost regions, knowing that they are remote and they face additional challenges. Attention should be given also to proposals. Your proposal should also take into account the different initiatives that Director General VITCHEVA mentioned before. Moving on, this is to sum up who can apply. As I said, consortium of at least 3 applicants from 2 different countries. How much you would get? The co-financing rate is 80%. for projects of 24 to 36 months. It can be more, will be extended with an amendment, but this is the duration. And we expect to have 7 to 8 proposals funded with around 800 to 1,200,000 euros in EU contribution. Innovative cooperation projects bringing together industry representatives, as I said, and educational training organization. The indicative timing? Yes. So finishing here, the indicative, as you know, the submission deadline is the 31st of January, and we expect all of you to apply, and we look forward to see nice proposals coming from your sides. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Andy and Sonia. And I know it's challenging to present so much information in such a short time. I think it was very useful. Do you have any question in the room? Otherwise, I would take those that are submitted through Slido, a few of them. I know we are a bit late. When talking about blue skills, what age or educational range is targeted? University, master's, schools, or vocational education?
So, taking this first one, all. We're talking about all ages, academies, secondary education, vocational training, academic institutions, universities, you name it, masters, you name it. And as for the certification issues and the facilitation that we offer in terms of blue skills and the standardization of skill certification, this is, as you know, a national competence. It has always been a national competence, and there is little that we can do at the European level because this is member states' prerogative. But we are trying to facilitate the collaboration and the piloting of solutions between national administrations on these issues, and like that, test something that could work and be deployed later on and be applied nationally or throughout the region or at the European level later on. So it's a facilitator action that we provide basically to leave the ground to member states to work on that later according to their frameworks, of course. The upskilling and reskilling of workers will not necessarily concern new technologies and digitalization, but we very much favor these because of the context that we now are dealing with. We are all the more digital, we are all the more automated, and all the sectors of the blue economy will suffer from that, in the sense that you heard Charlina say about the energy transition in the fisheries and the aquaculture sector. There, we're trying to tackle technological developments and how to introduce renewable energy and bring down the fuel cost through technological developments and train these sort of maritime employees into these new technologies. So it is strongly considered, the technological skilling aspect, but of course there are niche categories of skills that can be developed through a very robust, innovative proposal coming forward and presenting the need and the gap to be filled. A private company can lead a consortium. You have heard Sonia, and you have in the call text a lot of sections that deliver information on that. The consortium needs to be diversified. All sorts of entities can take part in it. We encourage, of course, if there is any connection to local authorities and institutions that have a local, let's say, governmental or other attribute, can of course be part of that as well. And it will all depend if there is eligibility according to the conditions of the call. Even though Norway is not associated to the EMFAF program, are we still able to join as a partner in this calls? Sonia? Yes. There are provisions about the eligible partners, and there are provisions about the countries that can pitch for projects under the Blue Careers call, and partners from the countries enumerated in the call text can be considered.
No, please, if you want, you can answer.
Yeah, so indeed, Norway could be associated to the EMFAF program. I mean, in the sense that they could participate, but with a different, cannot be a beneficiary. In that sense, they can have a different role. They can be, they can have a role as a third party, or they can be an affiliated, an associated partner without receiving funding. So this is the different role that they could have in a project. And also for to add in the question on the leading industry company, it has to be based on private. Yeah, it has to be based in an EU member state, which is also important to mention.
And we see a new one coming in. If a company beneficiary can participate in various proposals, indeed it can, if there is no letter of intent committing it to a certain proposal for exclusivity. And we, in any case, evaluate the most competitive and the most good value for money and most innovative proposals. So participants can have various configurations and pitch for several ideas for Blue Careers development. Yes. See also how to join. There was another question before, but I see now the one how to join a consortium as an outermost region. We have specific provisions for that, that we favor the participation of an outermost region. Partners from there can partner up with other relevant project promoter and develop their skilling solution under this call. And what the reason why we have an accent on outermost regions as well is because we want to have a geographical diversification. So diversification in terms of stakeholders, of partners in a project, but also diversification geographically, so that all the regions, all the sea basins of Europe are covered under the various solutions pitched, the proposals for Blue Careers development. How many final beneficiaries are a good target for a project on Blue Careers? If you want to quantify, it is up to you. Depends on the reality on the ground, depends what are you focusing on, and the scale of the solution that you bring forward. And this will be evaluated with the various criteria that we set for the evaluation of these proposals, and it's going to be treated under this. So it's up to you, depends on the reality on the ground and what you want to tackle.
I think we addressed already the second question appearing on the screen. Last question, is there any other call foreseen in the future?
Well, as you heard me say, this is the third iteration so far. Because of the traction that we see on the ground, we see a lot of interest going into skills development in the blue economy. This is why it prompted us to do the same thing all over again for the third time. I would not exclude the fourth time, but it will depend on the quality of the results that we gain, the legacy also, and what these projects and the targeted support that we provide now will bring in the future and how this will survive into the future. And the legacy and continuation of these projects will help us support further in the future. If it is a one-off and things go then array, we will not have so much of an appetite to support things that will not withstand the passage of time. But if we see things that use these Blue Careers calls as seed money, initial, let's say, support to develop something that will be further enhanced in the future, why not?
Okay, thanks a lot. I take the last one on the women in the blue economy. I think we expect to have the results communicated in January 2023 for those. I understand some of you are interested. So I will close now for this session. Thank you very much, Sonia, Andy, and Andreea, for your participation and for answering all the questions. Be reassured as well if there's any question pending or was not answered or not fully answered, we will communicate in writing also the answers on the funding and tender portal. And there is a Q&A session, section where you can find the questions and the answers that are provided. I suggest now to break. I know we are we are late to break to go for a short break until 10 to 12 to reconvene for the next session where the second call will be presented. So see you in a moment. Okay, let's start. Colleagues, can you please sit down and we now will start the second session. So it's my pleasure to invite our next speakers even, to present the calls on the regional flagships. For this, we will have Christos ECONOMOU from DG MARE, Head of Unit dealing with Seabasin Strategies, Maritime, Regional Cooperation and Maritime Security, who's going to present the policy context, and Fabrice POURCEAU from CINEA, who's going to go through the different topics in the call. So, Christos, the floor is yours.
Well, Vincent, thank you. Good morning also to the participants, both here and online. I hope they take their seats. I had a bit the opportunity for some caffeine, I think, to put their minds back to what we are discussing today. And certainly, I hope we will keep your interest high with this part of the presentation, particularly because we will refer to the regional flagship projects in sea basins and outermost regions. So right after what you heard on the blue carriers. Of course, I'm not the first in the day to say that we are joining efforts with CINEA to bring together blue economy stakeholders in order to cooperate in projects that are very important for putting into practice what we try to achieve with a new approach for a sustainable blue economy. I think my Director General, Charlina VITCHEVA, mentioned in large the context of this new approach we have, particularly how now we take distance from this famous blue growth approach we had in the past, and how much now we enter into this a more sustainable concept for the blue economy sectors and the maritime policy as such. So transitioning to the blue economy, I think this is the second slide that I would like to show to you. I have like 5 slides to accompany this introduction from my side. It's there, okay. So I referred to that already. Maybe we can also go to the second slide. Yeah, because I would like to refer to the effort for transitioning to this sustainable blue economy. It takes, I think, a lot from all sectors. It's the way we make decisions, it's how we regulate activities at sea, and how we keep a coherent vision about these activities. So the communication on sustainable blue economy embeds the blue economy into the Green Deal objective. So we have here the big lines, the big themes about green and digital transformation, how to mitigate climate change, how to make blue economy more circular, and of course preserve biodiversity, ensure energy and food security, and focus on innovation, because without innovation, how can we achieve all this in the way to do things differently, like we did so far? So this is, of course, the reason that blue economy relies a lot on these high technological solutions, and why we presented earlier to you also the work under Horizon and the ocean mission. I think my colleague Andreea CINESCU went in large about this. Now, I would like to focus more on what we are doing here with the sea-related and the sea basin-related activities that we try to promote with this call. Let's go to the third slide and to refer a little bit on this framework of cooperation we have around Europe, both involving EU member states and the neighboring countries. These are the basis for our work in promoting cooperation, and therefore making more meaningful solutions on what we try to promote both at regional, national, but then with this way, much broader level. Let's not forget that the different sea basins have also their own, they have similar but sometimes very specific problems, very specific issues to tackle. So this regional cooperation is needed, and the communication on sustainable blue economy presents this tool, this cooperation at regional level, as one of the enablers for reaching our targets. Now, the Commission has developed 3 sea basin strategies, one in the Atlantic, one in the Western Mediterranean, and one in the Black Sea. These are all now functioning quite well at different levels. In the Atlantic, it was the first one, and they have now, for 2 years, working on a new action plan with 4 thematic areas, focusing on ports as getaways and hubs for blue economy, on blue skills and ocean literacy, marine renewable energy, coastal resilience, and a healthy ocean. Then, if we look into the Black Sea, we have there the common maritime agenda that the countries around the Black Sea have working now for at least 4 years. It started just before the COVID. We have, of course, that was quite a new framework of cooperation, and has been impacted now by the situation and the war in the area. That will not hide to you. But we still try to look on how to maintain this cooperation between the countries, of course, taking into account the prerogatives of who participates to this. But then again, let's not forget that the war creates even more challenges for this area, for the Black Sea, and this is also related to the calls that we'll present to you today about environmental damages. In the Western Mediterranean, this is also something quite new. It's in the work since 2017. We have 10 countries there in the area working jointly for supporting the sustainable blue economy with very good targets, very good results already in the way they present calls and benefit for EU funding or other financial institutions funding. Let's not forget the entire Mediterranean, that the work we do on under the Union for the Mediterranean. There is dedicated work there. There is a ministerial declaration for sustainable blue economy that dates back in February 21. So we work in this context with all the countries in the Mediterranean. So keep that in mind, and there is a link also to what we will present to you for the calls today. Few words also on the macro-regional cooperation, because for us, there are 4 macro-regional strategies around Europe, but for us, 2 are most relevant. The one in Adriatic and Ionian, EUSR, because it has also a dedicated pillar on blue economy. They still call it blue growth. I hope they will change this with the new action plan they were now discussing. So, and there is quite a lot of reference to, as I say, to specific sectors, particularly aquaculture. And then the Baltic Sea region, of course, in their new action plan, they have an objective about Save the Sea. So also a very focused objective for maritime affairs and blue economy. Now, let me say also a few words about the outermost regions. As you know, there is a new EU strategy about cooperation and partnership with these territories that part of the EU, and how to reinforce blue economy is part of those activities and objectives we have highlighted in this communication. So there is a link as well with the call that we'll present to you today. So let's go to the next slide, because I wanted to say a few words about the previous calls we had on this topic. I mean, it's not the first time that we tackle the issues in the different sea basins with dedicated calls. So we are very pleased that the first call under EMFAF for regional flagships, we offered very good proposals and very good results as well when they will finish it. It was out last year. We had a budget of 5.5 million euros, and I think you can see there that we had dedicated calls for the Atlantic, the Black Sea, and the Western Mediterranean. So last year, we targeted the sea basin strategies that I mentioned earlier in my speech. So if I can say a few words about what we targeted for each one. So for the Black Sea, we had the investment in innovation. That was the big theme. And there we have two projects that have been granted. So Digital Blue Economy and Innovation Acceleration Network. And second, how to boost the business collaboration framework in the fields of aquaculture, tourism, and maritime transport. In the Atlantic Sea Basin, we focused on offshore, renewable energy, and very much topical for these days. And we're very happy that we started this project already, and we hope to get good results. And in the West Med, we focus on coastal and maritime tourism. We have awarded 3 projects there. So let's go to slide 5, because we need to keep a little bit an eye on the time. And here, of course, my colleague from CINEA will take you much more in detail, but let me give you an overview of this scope of the sea basin dimension call this year. It's broader. I can tell you, and this is why I offered you all this introduction, because we are not targeting only the 3 sea basins, but also we are looking on the broader Mediterranean. We are looking to the Baltic. First of all, in the Atlantic, and the budget is 7.6 million, so even more than last year. And we are focusing, first of all, fisheries activities in the Atlantic area. We are looking, as I say, to marine pollution in the Black Sea, also with the current events and the concerns from the impact of war in the environment in the area. For the Mediterranean, we have 2 topics: sustainable transport and ports, and maritime clusters. These are activities, particularly the clusters that are developing fast in the Mediterranean, so we really want to promote that. Then we have a sustainable maritime and coastal tourism in the outermost regions. I told you from the start we want to support really the work they are doing on blue economy in these regions, so dedicated call for them. And also to the Baltic Sea region, we are offering a topic on regenerative ocean farming. And that's why the link to aquaculture I mentioned earlier on, and to algae, as a matter of fact. A few days ago, the Commission on the 15th of November, presented a new communication on the algae sector, an initiative to promote more the sector. So please also keep in mind this new initiative and how this can fit with this type of call. So I'm almost done. I think Fabrice will give you more the details on the calls, on how you can apply. On my side, I'm confident that of your presence that you will also bring good ideas, good projects for consideration, and that we will definitely support with this work the policy that we promote as well for these sea basins, and make them follow the path of sustainability in a blue economy. Now, I stop here, Vincent, and I will be waiting for any questions, of course, after we finish also on the Fabrice.
Thank you very much. And the floor is yours, Fabrice.
Thank you, Christos. So before I go to the specifics of each topic, just want to give you a couple of takeaways regarding features shared by the different topics in this call. So, thank you. Please remember that the co-funding rate has been set to 80%, apart from the topic number 5 on the outermost regions, for which it is for which the co-funding rate has been set to 85%. Then another common features of the topics is that you need a minimum of 3 partners to apply. And finally, of course, the coordinator must be an entity originating from an EU member state. So now I go into more details, going topic by topic. Let's see how it works. So topic 1, this one was skipped. Okay, topic 1. Regarding the Atlantic sea basin, so the objective there is to diversify the income sources of fisheries communities in the Atlantic. Under the scope, you will find the integration of tourism products and services provided by fishers into the local, regional sea basin tourist offers. And then also the support of fishers to assess the setup of new regenerative ocean farms or restore coastal marine ecosystems. So on the right-hand side, you can see the expected impacts. So these are only a few because we couldn't really put them all on the slides. So amongst those expected impacts, you have the creation of new tourist routes, including pesca tourism and ecotourism. Proven technical feasibility of regenerative ocean farming, or the measuring of economic and environmental benefits of regenerative farming, market potential and job opportunities. So the budget for this topic amounts to 2 million euros. There, as I said, this one is 80% co-funding, and you need a minimum of 3 partners, and all of them from the EU member states. Amongst the activities that can be funded, there's a very long, non-exhaustive exhaustive list of activities, so that's why I'm just going to give you to name a few of them. So under those, you may submit projects including activities like coaching, advisory services, mentoring, training for fishers in areas such as pesca tourism, ecotourism, cultural heritage, sailfish, and or regenerative ocean farming. Then you also have the promotion, which is also an activity that you can envisage, the promotion of entrepreneurial activities amongst local fishers, offering the fishers initial training on maritime, coastal, cultural and natural heritage or regenerative ocean farming. For this topic, there's a specific caveat, which lies in the fact that applicants shall explain in the proposal the added value of the project compared to similar actions implemented under national EMFAF operational programs. Now we move to topic 2, which is concerning the Black Sea, with the objective of preparing and adapting for coordinated response to new challenges linked to marine pollution, in particular caused by armed conflicts. So under the scope, you will find the identification of specific types and impacts of marine pollution. You should also prioritize the potential environmental risks and the threats to marine and coastal biodiversity. The definition of complementary training curricula for tackling the issues referred to in the above points. Amongst the expected impacts, so the project should tackle the improvement of capacities of the authorities, organizations to cooperate at sea basin level on defining and implementing training scheme on sea pollution. As a second impact, among, of course, a long list, so increased knowledge could be also one of those. So increased knowledge about the impacts of the pollution caused by armed conflicts on marine environment and ecosystems. So there the budget allocated to this topic 2, so is 600,000 euros. Co-funding rate 80%, and there we have a specific eligibility rules. So we need still a minimum of 3 partners. So 2 of them being from the EU member state, and 1 coming from the non-EU country, of course, belonging to the Seabasin. I will give you more details later on. Amongst the, let's say, the most salient activities that I may cite, so the mapping of the authorities or organizations that are in charge of the marine environmental pollution response in the different Black Sea countries and the existing training plans could be also the subject of a project, but also the identification of specific type of pollution, sea and land-based, that can be considered as peculiar of specific events, so including armed conflicts. So we move to the topic 3, which is one of the 2 topics which are covering the Mediterranean Sea. So topic 3 especially has for objective to reduce emissions by ports and ships, and to promote the transition towards carbon neutrality of the maritime transport sector in the Mediterranean. Here the scopes is divided into 3, more or less, three themes. The first one being to the monitoring and technology foresight on green shipping in the Mediterranean. Second theme being the promotion of energy communities in ports of the Mediterranean. And third one, the last one, is to the promotion of commercial vessels and fishing boats transition to liquefied natural gas, or from LNG towards a wider choice of alternative fuels, propulsion and technologies. The expected impacts, there again, is just a few examples. So the mapping needs and capacities across the 2 shores of the Mediterranean with a systemic view of maritime transport. You could also set the basis for the creation of energy communities, or create an observatory on technologies and sources to be used on green shipping. Just to give you, once again, the specifics around the budget are 2.4 million euros with co-funding rate of 80%, and there are also peculiarities or specificities relating to the eligibility of partners. So 3 partners from at least 3 partners, or 3 partners, and 2 at least from the EU member states, and 1 from non-EU member states, so belonging to the sea basin. Amongst the activities, I will just go quickly theme by theme, just to give you an idea of what you could submit as a project. So under the first theme, so relating to monitoring and technology foresight and green shipping, the activities that may be funded range from market analysis and supply chain mapping to monitoring of emissions like greenhouse gas or sulfur and particle matter. Then under theme number 2, on the scope of energy communities, activities may include the setup of living labs for pilot ports, or the sharing of data on potential energy consumption per port. And finally, under the third theme, on fuel propulsion transition of commercial vessels and fishing boats, project may cover an assessment of the options for energy investments, so including the cost structure necessary for adaptation, and or a study on regulatory aspects of fleet energy transition. These are only a few examples, as all the activities are, the list of activities is not exhaustive. Then moving to topic 4, still referring to the Mediterranean. So objective there is the promotion of maritime clusters across the Mediterranean in order to support SMEs and micro enterprises in the blue economy. So the scope divides itself into two strands. First one is the establishment of new national maritime clusters and fostering of cooperation between northern and southern clusters. The second strand is to improve the involvement of maritime clusters in policymaking at the regional national levels, in particular to define upgrades or upgrade smart specialization strategies. Amongst the impacts, so the improvement of governance structure of clusters and management of skills, or you will also find the national maritime clusters, the establishment of national maritime clusters across the Mediterranean and the enhancement of their cooperation, between EU and partner countries. The budget here amounts to 1 million euros, and the participation rules are the same as for topic 3, meaning minimum 3 partners, 2 from EU member states and 1 from non-EU belonging to the catchment area. So amongst the activities that I can quickly mention, so the promotion of the cooperation between key actors of maritime clusters, like accelerators, incubators, and financial intermediaries, will be considered as an eligible activity. Now moving to topic 5 on the outermost regions. There the idea is to promote innovative and sustainable solutions in coastal and maritime tourism, and to contribute to protect marine biodiversity in the EU's outermost regions. The scope consists in supporting projects that will develop a multi-dimensional integrated approach to the tourism offer in the outermost regions, the design of smart eco-tourism packages, but also the innovation in destination management. Amongst the impacts expected, so we have the setup of new tourism routes, including ecotourism, the creation of new startups, new investments, as well as jobs. And of course, also an increased digitalization and circular economy approaches in maritime and coastal tourism sector. The budget amounts to 1 million euros, and as I mentioned earlier, so there's a slightly different co-funding rate, which is set to 85%. There, the rules for participations foresee 2 EU member states, and a minimum for 3 partners, 2 EU member states, and a minimum of 2 entities from 2 different outermost regions. Quickly about the activities that can be funded. So they may consist of the design and testing of new tourism products, or the stimulation of new business opportunities supporting ecotourism products, or the promotion of less known areas, and in order to prolong the tourism season. And finally, the last topic covering the Baltic Sea. So there the objective is to reorient fishers from extraction to ocean regeneration activities. So meaning that to assess their interest and feasibility to set up new regenerative ocean farms or restore coastal marine ecosystems. So the scope covers the knowledge creation and sharing, as well as the identification of skills and training for regenerative ocean farming. It also consists in assessing the space and water which are available, so in relation to the marine protected areas. It's also looking at the permitting and authorization processes, especially for the installation of regenerative ocean farms. And finally, the scope also covers the demonstration activities for setting and operating regenerative ocean farming. Amongst the impacts, so I can mention the increased awareness of regenerative ocean farming or the proven technical feasibility of regenerative ocean farming, so like the marine protected areas. So the budget there is 600,000 euros with co-funding, standard co-funding of 80% and minimum of free partners. The different activities that can be covered. So we have the development of practical guidelines, training and dissemination materials, those including videos and IT tools that support new seaweed and shellfish farms or farmers, or the demonstration of test-based innovative method for regenerative ocean farming. Then quickly go to the eligibility conditions. So I mentioned earlier on that there were some specific eligibility conditions, especially for topic 2 on the Black Sea, where non-EU countries were allowed to participate. So as you can see, Moldova, Ukraine, Georgia, and Turkey are eligible. Whereas for the topics linked to the Mediterranean, the non-EU countries are the ones that you can see on the right-hand side, so Mauritania, Morocco, Algeria, Tunisia, Libya, Egypt, Jordan, Israel, Palestine, Lebanon, Turkey, Albania, North Macedonia, Montenegro, Serbia, Bosnia, and Herzegovina. Once again, so it's a bit of a repetition, but the consortium composition shall be made up of 3 independent entities from 2 different EU-eligible countries. However, for topic 2, 3, and 4, we need at least 1 independent entity from 1 non-EU-eligible country. For topic 5, so minimum 2 independent entities from 2 different outermost regions, and I repeat, the coordinator must be established in an EU member states. And then I will conclude my presentation with these slides. To just underline that proposals must relate to activities concerning one of the sea basins, and proposals can focus on parts or sub-region of the sea basins or areas. Then activity should normally relate to the EU waters, but may extend into neighboring waters if this is necessary for the implementation of the projects, especially in view of their nature and their objectives. So I'm not going to cover the evaluation parts. For that, I refer you to the call text, and I thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Fabrice, Christos, for the very comprehensive presentation. We have no time for questions from the audience in the room and remotely. I just like to stress that you have also the opportunity to raise any question more specific related to the financial aspects. So we have 2 colleagues, Fernando Cardesa and Vittoria Palecchi, who join us on this panel to also address any specific question you may have on financial aspects or more linked to the rules for participation. I have here a list of questions that we can take. with Fabrice and Christos. So if we start with the one.
Shall I start?
Yes, please.
Okay. Thank you very much for the questions. First of all, I start with the first one on the rationale behind the topics. I refer to the Western Mediterranean Initiative as one of our key sea basin strategies, and there the countries, the 10 countries that they form this initiative, have chosen those two topics for the focus of their work. They even have dedicated working groups on these topics, the maritime transport decarbonization effort for the maritime transport, one, and the development of clusters as those that promote value chain in the blue economy, and also they promote the setting up of new businesses, small and medium enterprises, etc. So, of course, we consult with the member states, we are listening to them, and we thought that these two topics would support effectively the work that they undertake under the Western Mediterranean Initiative. I have also to say, and the link with the UFM Ministerial Declaration on Blue Economy, which also refers to these two topics. That's why we'd like to bring in partners from around the Mediterranean, not only these 10 countries as those that can be involved, partners from these countries. But clusters is really an effort that we find around the Mediterranean. And if I can also go to the other question about the cluster topic, whether enhancement of existing cluster be financed or a focus on only new creation. And another question was about, is it more national or regional? So indeed, we are looking into the regional dimension, much more than the national. We have examples of these clusters, like in the West Med, we have the West Med Clusters Alliance already in place. So we are looking for similar cooperation agreements or enhancement of existing. So I can tell you that it is really a way to promote a larger dimension of clusters in the Mediterranean and to support the work that is already taking place. So this is what I think I covered these two questions. And then the other one, maybe I should leave something for Fabrice as well, otherwise I take everything. No, please, Fabrice.
No, I don't think there's any problem. At least there's no limitation in the call as such for including, for project including 9 autonomous regions. And then for the Seabasin, there is not too much of an issue because well, the autonomous regions are maybe situated in different sea basins, so it doesn't, yeah, it's not a problem either. In the evaluation criteria, it's, well, you be present anyway as participants. And then well, somehow the representativeness of the consortium will be of course assessed, and the quality with which you're going to cover those areas with your actions, yes, will be part of the assessment.
Who wants to address that one?
Yes, I can give a quick reply to that one. So in relation to tourism activities, are the calls for proposals including requirements for safeguard endangered species and habitats. So of course we are looking into sustainable tourism activities, and therefore there should be, I think the proposals should be inventive of how they can include aspects that will still probably take care of this type of topic that you suggest here, but nevertheless, the main theme is still tourism, how to promote tourism, but maybe taking into account these elements or combine them. I will not try to make a proposal here myself, but I think I can be inventive around it. Maybe, I don't know, Vincent, Fabrice, you want to?
No, I think that sustainability is quite well emphasized in the call, and indeed it should combine tourism activities should, of course, be respectful of or includes aspects linked to environment protection.
This one on the
not as a beneficiary, of course, we possible as an associated partner, but without funding.
Any other questions? Please seize this opportunity. I don't know, on the financial aspects, I don't see any burning questions now. A nice one. Subcontract.
Good afternoon to everybody. We are glad to be here with you today. We hope to address any doubts or financial questions you might have concerning your application, and even share some best practices that will help you during the implementation of your project. I could start by taking this first question about the limit of the subcontracting costs. Overall, the category of subcontracting covers action tasks that the beneficiary cannot perform itself, and therefore contract services can be concluded between the beneficiary and a subcontractor to implement part of the project. But this is exceptional, and it should be limited as well. So if your proposal has subcontracting going, for example, beyond 30%, it would be good that you specifically justify in the application why you need an extensive subcontracting. Besides the general eligibility that the subcontracting has to fulfill to have this eligibility of cost, the subcontracting needs to follow also the principles of best value for money or lowest price. You should ensure there is no conflict of interest between the beneficiary and the subcontractor, and also keep in mind that you cannot have a capital or a legal link with the subcontractor, so affiliated entities cannot be a subcontractor. I don't know if there is anything else you would like to add, Fernando?
Yes, I would only add that for the best value for money principle, it means that you have proceeded to the award of the subcontract with a competitive process. Mm-hmm. And in case of audit, if your proposal is successful and you implement a grant, there could be an audit which will check that you have the supporting documents to prove these aspects. So just this, thank you.
Thank you, Victoria and Fernando, for these clarifications. I have no another questions on the question related to regional scope instead of national for clusters has not been answered. I think it was, but okay.
Should I repeat it?
Yes. Well.
Okay, so apologies if I was not clear. I did say in my earlier reply that, of course, we have a preference for the regional scope of developing clusters in the Mediterranean. The whole idea is to support activities already taking place. So we are looking indeed, and that's the aim of cooperation as well, which is motivated by this type of calls between stakeholders, between different regions, different countries, So to promote indeed the regional dimension. And I repeat again, because the earlier question was saying, is it about existing or new? It's both about new and existing. How to enhance existing, it's also part.
Yes, are the topics going to be evaluated at the same time? So thanks for the discussion, because it gives me the opportunity to give you a bit of an indicative timeline. So after the submission deadline, which is the 31st of January 2023, we'll be evaluating yes, all of the topics or different, let's say, evaluation panels will be evaluating all the proposals submitted within each topic. So between February and April 2023, then we are planning to have a final ranking list agreed by the evaluation committee, which is going to decide on the selected proposals. So between April and May 2023. Then the evaluation results will be made available by May 2023, and then we are expecting to sign the first grant agreements between September and October 2023.
Thank you, Fabrice. Is there any question or more question? Yeah. In-kind contributions be provided by a third party. Yes.
Yes, good afternoon, everybody. I'm Fernando. I'm a colleague of Vittoria in the financial team. So thank you for attending. In relation to this question, in-kind contributions, so you need to be careful what means in-kind contributions, because when you see it just written like this, in-kind contributions, it means by default for free. But this is a source of confusion, because in-kind contributions for free, they are allowed, but cost neutral, so you cannot charge any costs for them to the grant. So we will first look into this first case where they are for free. It means that a third party makes available some of its resources to one of the beneficiaries of the grant. And in this case, there should be no payment from any beneficiary to the third party. That's why it's for free. As an example of this situation is that a civil servant who is employed by a ministry is working in the premises of the beneficiary, which is it can be a university. So if the university is not reimbursing the salary of this professor to the ministry, it means it's for free. So you cannot charge the costs to the project. But now we will look at the second case of in-kind contribution when the beneficiaries reimburse the costs to the third party who is making available the resources. So in this case, the cost is eligible and it should be foreseen in the cost category where you would normally foresee or charge this cost. For example, if it's a professor, it's under personnel costs. If it's a piece of equipment, it's under equipment costs, and so on. This is the logic behind. Okay, thank you.
Another question, interior dimension regarding the clusters topic.
I'm not so sure what is meant interregional. If it is within the Mediterranean region, this is the core of the topic. This is what we try to motivate, and it's definitely what we explained. So it doesn't need to be the entire Med. It can be certain parts, certain, as I say, we have already an example on the West Med with the Cluster Alliance. It could be enhanced, it could include more. We can have another, how can I say, another initiative of the same type elsewhere. That's what I understand. If you mean interregional dimension involving other areas, there it should be maybe, depends who can be involved in this, and with eligibility criteria, and who can cooperate. From the EU side, I guess there will not be a problem to have EU member states, but then I think Fabrice, you mentioned who are the beneficiaries, the possible beneficiaries, and from where the possible beneficiaries are.
Indeed, there's a number of countries regarding the topic 3 and 4, non-EU countries which are eligible, and aside from those, countries belonging to other non-EU countries not in this the same Seabasin are not eligible. So we'll be limiting. That would be limiting the participation to those countries mentioned in the call, non-EU countries mentioned in the call.
So it seems we have another question about in-kind contributions. Are they applicable to all type of costs? Is this a new question, Charlotte? Yes, okay. So, indeed, the in-kind contribution can take many forms. So, if it's against reimbursement, meaning the beneficiary reimburses the in-kind contribution to the third party, then indeed it can be foreseen under the applicable cost category. So, if it's a professor or a researcher that is made available to the beneficiary, this will go under personnel costs, and within personnel costs you need to see under which cost category you would normally charge this type of person, this type of employee, to select the correct category. This is under personnel costs. It could be also a piece of equipment, then it's under equipment costs, and it could be services, then it could be under other goods and services. But for this purpose, it's very helpful when you prepare the proposal and the budget of the proposal. It's very highly recommended that you use the detailed budget table. This document is not compulsory to submit your proposal, but it will give you a very good overview of the estimation of the budget of the grant. So we really recommend to use this document in the proposal as well. Thank you.
Okay. Now about the question concerning the payments. There are 3 types of payments. There is the pre-financing, the interim, and the final payment. The pre-financing payment takes 30 days from your contract signature, so from entering to force actually, and it's usually 40%. This is the maximum. It can be sometimes less if it, for example, within your group of co-beneficiaries there is a weak participant or insufficient. There might be a decision to reduce that pre-financing or to have multiple installments. Or it could be also that in other cases where we ask for joint liability of all beneficiaries, or we ask for a guarantee. Now this pre-financing, as I said, takes 30 days, and then we go to the interim payments. Depending on how long is your project, you might have 1 or 2 interim payments, and they are based on the reported costs you have provided us within your reporting period, and this is up to 90 days. Of course, if your report is well submitted and clean, and we don't have to ask for clarification about certain costs, it goes much faster. And then this is the same for the final payment, which also would take 90 days after your final report is submitted, and there we will also calculate that the previous funds have been consumed so that we can go ahead with the final payment, or in case less funds have been consumed, it might result to a recovery. I hope this answers your question.
Thank you, Vittoria. Any? Yes, one question from the room. Yes, please.
Here? Yes. Now. I'm Monica Quesada from the Canary Islands Maritime Cluster. How many proposals do you expect to finance in each topic?
At least one per topic, and then depends on the budgets requested from each project. So if I remember well, we have 1 million euros for, so the call text indicates that we expect project to be within the range of from 400,000 euros to 1 million. So, but this is only indicative, so it's up to you. And depending on the amounts submitted, then we might be able to submit more projects. Or two.
May I? Thank you. Enrico Marangoni, deputizing Vincent. No, just to complement what Fabrice has just said, it may happen that under one topic we will finance even more than one proposal. So you don't have to consider the total amount that has been tentatively budgeted for one topic as the amount that should be considered when defining your budget. Because it may happen that we don't, for example, receive any, let's say, satisfactory proposal in terms of quality for one topic. So in this case, we will use this money for the others. So don't consider the total budget as really a ceiling for each topic. And perhaps, given that I suppose you made some of the question on interregional cluster, or just to complement what Fabrice was saying, in particular referring to the interregionality of the cluster, it is true that the focus is on the Seabasin. So the project must benefit the Seabasin that is, let's say, targeting. But it does not exclude a partner from another EU member state to participate in the consortium. So it means that even the Canary Islands, for example, are based in the Atlantic. They may team up with, let's say, another consortium, within a consortium with partner of the Western Mediterranean. This is possible. Thank you.
Then we have a question about the port of Tripoli in Lebanon. Is it eligible in topic 3 and 4? Yes, Lebanon is an eligible country.
Yes, and last question on percentage of, success rate. I've missed it now. It has disappeared. On success rate, I don't know if you have some ideas. Generally, I think it's around. It was around 20% as far as I remember, but I don't know. Maybe it depends on the course. Some are more competitive than others. So on this one, we can refer to the previous edition, which I think it's only the second one, and I think the success rate was quite high because we don't expect many proposals to address these issues. So I have not a precise number, but between 20 to 30%, I think it's reasonable compared to other calls where it's much more competitive. We are like 10 or lower than 10% success rate. So generally speaking, EMFAF calls are quite good in terms of success rate. So it's worth the investment, I think. Then we have a financial question, sorry, on the salary.
Yes, we will take this question. So, could salaries of a staff from a beneficiary be counted as eligible co-finance? So the answer is yes. This is the main cost category available, but please look at the model grant agreement, which is part of the call documents. You will see in this annotated grant agreement, you will see all the possibilities for personnel costs. But when it's a salary employee, it's clear it fits into category A1. But there are several categories, so please look into all the possibilities. It's very detailed and well explained in the annotated grant agreement. Thank you.
I think we can answer yes at that one.
Yeah.
So it is possible indeed for the same partner, the same entity to participate in different consortia under the same topic. I think we are coming to an end, I would like to thank you all. I don't know from our financial experts if there's any final recommendation you would make based on your experience in terms of proposals and from the financial perspective.
Yes, I can reiterate that it's highly advised to prepare the budget based on the detailed budget table. This has several benefits. It will also accelerate the granting process in case of successful application. And if you have any questions, I think there is a possibility to ask more questions still. So, yes, and good luck with your proposals. Application, sorry.
As I said before, there is also this frequently asked questions that is available on the funding and tender portal, then where you will, the answers will be provided and available to everyone. So if in case you have additional questions, they can always be addressed via this portal. So I would like to I would like to conclude this morning session and thank all our speakers for their very interesting presentation and the clarifications that were provided. Thank you to all the audience, both in presence and remotely, for your participation. We have now a break until 2 o'clock to reconvene for the afternoon session, so stay with us. It is also an attractive session because you will hear also on what makes a successful project, so the tips and tricks for having a high-quality proposal, but also how to make projects surviving the end of a grant, and also some example of successful projects, and what you can also, how you can engage in regional cooperation. You will have also some presentation on that aspect. So thanks a lot, and see you in a moment. Good afternoon and welcome back. I think we can start the afternoon session, but before this I would like to invite you to have a look at the feedback form that is available on Slido for you to give your feedback on the organization of the Info Day and give us some input also in order to improve in our future Info Days. So it's, I think the information is there on the slide. It can be done quickly. I think it's a couple of questions that you have to answer. So either you can start doing it while we are busy here or at the end of the event. But I think it's very important for us also to get your feedback on the way these Info Days are organized. So for moving to our afternoon session, I would like now to invite Vincenzo GENTE, who's Program Coordination Manager in the CINEA, with an experienced project officer, and who will share with us some tips for how to write a successful proposal.
Thank you, Vincent. Good afternoon to everybody. So we will start this presentation. Well, the title of the presentation is a little bit ambitious, but because it's difficult to help you to write a successful proposal, but at least we will try to give you some indications on the main elements that you have to look at while drafting and submitting your proposal. So that's a little bit the content of the presentation. We will briefly, shortly look at the differences between and the novelties of the EMFAF proposal. That's something that you might not be used to. We will look at the application form in some more details. We will also list some what we consider good practice for good proposals and the available resources that can help you during this process of submitting a proposal. And this, what I will be presenting, it will be applying to the two calls of proposal that's been presented this morning. So it's a very general presentation for both calls. So let's start with the novelties of EMFAF. First of all the information that you might need for the program and for the calls are available in the funding and tender opportunity portals. You can see in the slide highlighted in white where to find the program, EMFAF, European Maritime Fisheries and Aquaculture Fund, and from them you can then find all the information, all the documents that can be useful to submit your proposal. So for the novelties in terms of call documents, we improved a little bit more than in the past how the eligibility conditions are drafted and explained. We have new applicant and participant categories that is useful to know when preparing your proposal. And we have also some detailed mandatory documents that were not maybe present in the previous call documents in the past. We have also a model grant agreement that is a single model grant agreement for all EU funding programs. And we don't have anymore a specific EMFF guidelines, but we have an annotated model grant agreement and an online manual. And this annotated model grant agreement online manual can be used for all EU funding programs. So it's not specific to EMFAF, but you will find information that it's useful also for EMFAF. So regarding the eligibility conditions, we have been discussing this morning quite a lot of the eligibility condition specific topics. To have a clear understanding on these eligibility conditions, you have to look at the section 6 of the call documents. And I will really invite you to pay attention to two different sections, two paragraphs, let's say, of this section 6. One is about the eligibility of the countries, so the countries that can be can participate to the call, and another one is on the consortium compositions, because both conditions, the one that are referring to the countries and the one referring to consortium composition, have to be fulfilled to submit a valid proposals. So just also to recap a bit. For the eligibility countries, all EU legal entities established in EU member states are eligible for both call for proposal for all topics. For non-EU countries, then you have to look at the list of countries that I mentioned in section 6 of the call document, and they might be different for the different call and within the same call for the different topics. If the country is mentioned there, then they can apply as beneficiary in the call. If they are not there, means that they cannot be beneficiary of the proposal, but they can participate in another way that I will explain afterward. That is as associated partner. So this is the first point to be seen clearly and in details. I was saying before that we have new applicant and participant categories. These are clearly explained in the section 6 and 13 of the call document. The call 13 is at the end of the document with the document with a box, gray box, and there you can find all the detailed information. We have beneficiary. This did not change from the past, but we have the affiliated entities that used to be called link third parties. The affiliated entities have to comply as the beneficiary to all the conditions set out in the call document, but they will not sign the grant, but they will receive funding. Associated partners, as said before, can participate in the action, but they will not receive any money from the call, from us. For this reason, they do need to be validated. They don't have to fulfill the eligibility conditions. But as all the others applicants, they have to register in the EU register of applicants because they have to be included in the proposals, like the beneficiary affiliated entities. This is quite news because in the past affiliated entities were not included at the moment of the proposal. Now you have to include them when submitted the proposals. And this is very important. You can see this in the submission form. You will see you will have a button where to press it, and you can add all the affiliated entities and associated partners. One thing, also associated parties will not sign the grant. Oh, this is too much. we have also in the call documents you can find in section 5 and 10, you will have the mandatory documents that you have to submit to have a complete proposal. We have the normal Form A and Form B. The Form A is the structured, content structure information you have to fill in the system. And then you have the Form B that has to be uploaded as a separate document. We will see more details afterwards. You will have, in the code document, we see that it's mentioned also the detailed budget table. But this is not needed. It will be required at the level of the CAP if your proposal will be selected for funding. And then you have also another list of documents, the CVs of the core project team, activity reports of last year, a list of preview projects. Well, these are not needed for these calls, so you don't have to submit it, even though you see that there is the possibility of doing it in the submission system. There is no need. It's not something that we are requiring. Only for the calls on blue careers, we are requesting the list of previous projects. And there is also a template for this, and you will see it in the call documents where to find it. Then in the section 10 of the call documents, you can see also that we are now asking a policy brief and project fact sheets. So please keep in mind that we need this document and to remind to include them in the list of deliverables of your proposal. So please really make sure of using all the available forms and templates, and please also read the instructions that are available at the beginning of these documents to see how to use them and to see the information that you have to include in these forms. The model grant agreement, as I said before, there is now a single model grant agreement for OU funding programs, and this is available on the Funding and Tender Opportunity portal. It is, if you look at this, at the beginning, there is a data sheet that contains all the information, the most relevant information regarding the project, so you can have a look there, all the different options that are available or not for EMFAF. And also in Annex 5, you will find some other specific rules for communication, property rights. And one thing that I would like to highlight to you that if you look at Annex 5, you can see that now we are requesting to have a project web page and not a project website. So it's a web page linked to one of the beneficiaries, for example, website. This is done in order not to leave websites that are not updated, but that keep the EU funding emblem in it after years that the project is over. So with a web page of one of the partners, we hope that the page will be updated, or if there is no reason not to keep it, it will be removed. For the annotated model grant agreement, also my colleague Fernando Cardesa this morning mentioned it. You have it always in the Funding and Tender Opportunity portal. And in addition, there is a pre-draft for Horizon Europe with updates of OU funding programs that really gives you all the explanation on the different articles, what they mean, how they have to interpret it, also on the part of cost categories, eligible cost. It's very important that you have a look at it. And it really shows all the provisions that, that can be applied to the grant agreements. In addition, you have also an online manual. The online manual is accessible directly in the submission system when you try to submit your proposal. I don't know, it's the coordinator, I guess, most of the time. And on the screen, on the left-hand side, you will see that there is a direct link to the online manual and also to the how-to sections, because the how-to sections really gives you all the details on how to complete one of the tasks that you're supposed to do when submitting the proposal. The application form, as I said before, we have now a standard application form that has been designed, shaped around the standard award criteria that you can see in the call documents. The template that contains both Part A and Part B, it's a PDF that is downloadable from the same always funded tender opportunity portal. But the Part B, the one that you had to draft, it's available in the submission system as a Word file, and has to be uploaded in the system as a PDF, and it can be maximum 60 pages. It doesn't mean that you have to submit 60 pages, but that it can go up to 60 pages. So use it, I mean, sometimes the less the better, so pay attention also to how to use the pages that are available for you. We have also some KPI for EMFAF. In this call for proposal, you can see them in the expected impact section. They refer to the Annex 1 of the EMFAF regulations, so you can also report on that. At the gap stage, you might be asked to submit other indicators. There is a section on impact on your countries, but use it if it is relevant for the call or for your proposal. So be really attentive to what is the proposal about to fill in the different section. In the section, there are also some parts that are linked to SMEs calls. Well, in this case, you don't have to fill in. This is just for other calls. The estimated budget, you will not use the table, but there is at the end of each work package, there is a table where you can use you can include all the information regarding the budgets. For the subcontracting costs, nothing really changed. There is the indication to be limited to 30% of the available budget. If it goes beyond, you have to justify it. Let's move to what we consider good practice. So as I said before, the application form structure is designed around the work criteria. So try to keep this in mind when filling out the different sections of the application form, because we will be evaluating the proposal according to the work criteria. Be very clear when you start writing the proposal, especially which is the starting point of your project. This will help us, or the evaluators, to understand what is there and what are the expected impacts of your proposal. Why should we fund your proposal? So clearly also explain in what your proposal makes the difference regarding to the others. Critical risk mitigation measures. Don't be too generic. Try to be concrete, especially in addressing the possible mitigation measures. Take them serious, because this is something also that is in the work criteria. Sorry. Try to create links with other initiative projects. For the consortium, use the beneficiaries that are necessary. Don't use beneficiaries only to fill in some positions, what we call sleeping partners, that don't have real contributions. We really need the right expertise to put in practice the project's objectives, to achieve the project objectives. The size of the project, the consortia, is in fact should be aligned, designed according to the objectives and to activities that to be carried out. For the communication, it's important that you fill out the section on the application form on communication. Please have a well-defined communication plan, and define also your message and targeted audience. As I said before, it's better to be concise and to the point. We have the 60 pages limit. Use a simple and clear language without avoiding too many acronyms and too many repetition of the same concept in the proposal. In the slide, you can see all the available resources, the funding and the portal, the online manual. We have also featured projects on CINEA website and the EMFF Data Hub, and Maritime Data Hub, if you want to have a look at previously funded projects on the EMFF, also EMFAF now. So to have an idea of what are the other projects doing. And last, all the core relevant links, the CINEA EMFAF webpage, and please, for FAQs, send them to the email address that you find in this. You can see in the slide, but it's also available in the call documents. And with this, I'm done. Thank you. I hope I kept it.
Thank you, Vincenzo. I will now suggest to move to the next presentations, and for this we are now taking advice from stakeholders themselves and look ahead. So assuming that you have now followed all the tips indicated by Vincenzo, they are successful, you receive the grant for your project, what's come next, what is after the end of the grant. So in each of the call for proposals, you have to include a plan for life after a grant. And the next presentation is about this, and we'll listen to Mrs. KESICKA from COGEA, who will provide you with practical advice on how to set up a business plan. So, Anna, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. And let me start by saying a few words about the Synergies and Clustering project. So very briefly, Synergies and Clustering project has 4 main goals, and these are: the first one is to gain an understanding on if and how EMFF grants end up producing a tangible impact on beneficiaries. The second goal is to gain a better understanding of factors that positively influence the success of projects in order to improve future calls. The third one is to foster mutual learning to enable projects to take advantage of insights and practices from other projects, including relevant similar projects funded also by other EU funding instruments. And last but not least, is to increase visibility of EMFF projects. If you would like to get more information on our projects, I invite you to subscribe to our section on the Maritime Forum. But how do we achieve these goals? Organizing workshops, asking grants beneficiaries to take part in our survey, and conducting interviews. By the end of this project, we will evaluate more or less 90 different projects. Up to this date, we interviewed more or less half of them, and what emerged is that only some of the beneficiaries actually continue what they started within the grant. So my presentation is supposed to be about life after a grant and the business plan, but first let's see where the grant should actually be located when looking at the whole life of your project. So this chart was prepared some time ago by Blue Forward Fund, and it shows revenue and funding sources throughout the life of a project. As funding sources, we have here seed capital, venture capital, even initial public offering. So if you are an SME, these funding sources probably ring some bells. But if you are a university or NGO and you are preparing your proposal for the Blue Career Call, you probably think that this chart has nothing to do with you. Yes and no. Of course, you will have nothing to do with venture capital or initial public offering, but still, you need your legacy plan, and that also means that you need to design your financial sustainability beyond the project. And now there is no escape from it. It is one of the requirements of the call. Proposals must include a legacy plan describing how the outputs of the project will carry on once the EU funding is over. So now let's see where grant should be located. You should finance only one of the phases of your project. So the grant could be located, for example, here in the so-called value of death. Value of death because a lot of projects do not make it through this phase. Grant, if used well, can help de-risk a project and foster development. The grant should be used with the right vision, so you should reflect on what you want to achieve with a grant. What will you do with the money that will help you to bounce to the next level? Is it for commercial phase, for the pre-commercial phase? And you should do all this planning before applying for a grant. So you should do a planning for the post-grant phase already before applying for a grant. And why should you prepare a proper business plan so early? It's a time-consuming activity and you are already busy with your proposal, right? But, well, it's difficult enough to put everything together in time before the deadline. But apart that it's one of the requirements of the call for proposals, you should also know that those who finish their business plans are about twice as likely to successfully grow their business, get investment, or lend a loan than those who don't. Moreover, those who complete a business plan are 6 times more likely to persist in putting together their business than those without a plan. And remember that business plan is not only used to attract the external audience while looking for investors, but it's also important for the internal use. It helps to keep you on target toward the settled goals. But still, it requires a lot of effort and time that you don't always have, or you don't know where to start. Business plans are very complicated. But as in most cases of very complicated things, you should start from the very basis. You can always start with simple business plan, because it will help you to maintain your focus and give you a guideline how to move with your project. And I will show you in a minute how to do it. But before starting any business plan, there's one step that you can't miss. And it is to set your goal. Setting your goal in a clear way is one of the most important things. What is the goal of your project, initiatives? And I'm talking about the goal that goes beyond the grant, the goal of which achievement is supported by grant. Now, having this goal in mind, we can move to the simplified business plan. almost all projects have three components they can't do without. And these are product or service, promotion, and financial sustainability. It's valid also for the projects that do not intend to commercialize their outputs, because what you create within your project, and it can be knowledge, it can be new technology, it can be product or service, but you always have to address some need, resolve some problem, whether it's for private customer or for public sector. You have always your target to which you present your outputs, communicate, and you always need money to support your activity. So, preparing your business plan, try to answer to this question. What is the product or service? And you should be able to explain it in a simple words that everybody can understand you, even those who have nothing to do with what you are doing. What benefits does it provide and to whom? You should always be able to precisely define what value is creating your product or service and who is benefiting from it. And you should also make it as simple as possible. What form will it take? You should identify a few of the most effective marketing strategies to promote your business. You should know what are the major sources of revenue. How will this happen profitably? When will you achieve financial sustainability? Do you need to raise money for this? How much? Even if you are a university or not-for-profit organization, you still need to plan how will you sustain your activity after the grant is over, even if you do not plan to make a profit on it. And my final remark, while answering to all these questions, you also need to remember that one of the most important factors for the successful business plan is the accurate reflection of different viewpoints. And these are the market, including both existing and prospective clients, customers and users of the planned product or service, the investors, and I'm not talking only about investors that gives you money, but well, they can sustain your activity also in other ways, giving you other resources. And the last, you, so the producer, entrepreneur, inventor. So, well, yes, create your future, write your business plan, and I wish you all successful proposals. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Anna, for this interesting presentation. So now from theory to practice, and I would like to invite our next speaker, Carlo KRASKOVIC, who was participating in a successful project, ASSES, who was able... Sorry. So ASSES, who was able to manage very well to build a strategy after the EU funding, the EMFAF funding, sorry. So Carlo KRASKOVIC from Maritime Technology Cluster FVG, located in Trieste, Italy. Please, Carlo.
Thank you, and pleased to be here to present the results. Just before the start, just to explain just in a slide what is the cluster. It is somehow even useful to understand how we act in this project, because actually we are grouping diversified set of stakeholders connected to maritime technologies in our region. And in this sense, we have big industries, SMEs, we have research centers, we have education players and education organization, technology parks. So more or less the whole value chain it's represented with key stakeholders that actually are 48 with 38 affiliated enterprises. And the sectors are connected to our cluster, mainly close to shipbuilding, boat building, transport, offshore logistics, ship and boat services. This is important because we constantly relate with our cluster members in order to develop instruments that might be useful for developing a project. We have a specific strategy in terms of education and training approach, because we somehow try to support education from the primary steps in terms of orientation in schools, so primary and secondary schools, in order to make understand what could be the education paths connected to blue sectors. And then we have also some actions that are made connected to adults and to workers or graduates, undergraduates, and so on, with a continuity of work perspective, but at the same time with the training and education offer. In this sense, in the short term, we strive to update education and training needs with upskill and reskill actions. And then in the long term, 3 to 6 years, we strive for new competencies and forecast of critical profiles in order to have, let's say, an overall vision that help us to have a constant update in these terms. When coming to ASSES project, it was a 2-year project from 2019 to 2021. It was designed together with the industry because the industry warned us about a need. The need was connected to have, let's say, some education paths connected to safety and security at sea. So for this reason, we planned to implement an advanced master for graduates, then an upskilling program for workers, and then some activities with in the school with the teachers, in this sense to increase, let's say, the knowledge about maritime safety, environment, and security at sea, and to transfer it to the students. In this project, we were the project leader together with the University of Trieste, Lloyd's Register, OGS, that is National Institute in Italy, and the CNR, that is National Council of Research in Italy as well. We had the cooperation of 2 big industry players that were Fincantieri and Wärtsilä. And this was, let's say, the starting point, that what we implemented within ASSES project. But afterwards, of course, our initial perspective was to reply what we did within the project. So we were talking about the master, the upskilling program, training the trainees. And in this sense, our idea, initial idea, was the initial perspective, we thought about to reply what we already did, but what has succeeded after. So while we're progressing, we had some, let's say, we have always this close connection with the industry, with the stakeholders, and the players operating with us warned us about their needs. And we try to recalibrate, let's say, the long-term strategy of the master. And in this sense, we organized, again, the second-level master ASSES. And at the same time, we worked on a first-level master, that is, because in Italy we have two levels, on a nautical and naval design, that focusing, let's say, the topics connected to this. But afterwards, even moving forward with these activities, we have made an analysis of needs that was directly expressed by the, let's say, by the main players, and this led us to work with higher technical institutes to support the creation of an interior design path, but was an EQF5, so it was a lower level. So in this sense, it was for after secondary school with targeted, let's say, education path. And we did, within the cluster, we did some summer schools that were more focused in like time framing, so it was not that much demanding as a master that is somehow a yearly or maybe 6 months, or depends on the format that the master is on. And we focus on specific topics that was alternative fuels and hybrid propulsion, and also digital technology for safe ships. In these terms, we try to readapt on what could be, let's say, the needs, and even to make something that could be somehow customable. And this was somehow how we came out to this in this process. And when talking about the life after grant and our best practices that we relied, of course, we are taking care constantly about our framework of key stakeholders, because they are part of our cluster, and it's our mission even to rely with them constantly. So maybe it's an activity that is in our mission. We have also a work of constant exchange of information with on, let's say, every year, but even every 6 months, we try to make some meetings or some rounds of workshops to understand what are the new trends, what are the new needs, what are the critical points in terms of education. Then, within the project, we have the co-presence of lecturers from universities and research centers that created an added value because, and also the involvement of big enterprises. And in this sense, this connection is because also the university and research centers has a sort of, they are, let's say, recognized at wide level. And at the same time, the close connection with the industry, it's somehow a key point to then drive the attendance of the education paths to a specific career, onto a work, onto a job. And for us, it was even important to try to reach some private sponsorship, even from some contacts that we have within our cluster and outside, even for like teaching free of charge, because as was mentioned before, the business plan is important, and of course the planning of the costs and the implementation, it's an issue. And then the last one is the support of local administration. It's even important on the backside, because it means that they recognize the importance of these training paths in order to somehow give an answer and support the labor market and the labor, the training and education of high-level professionals on the territory. So mostly this was our, let's say, experience that we can bring back to you. And thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Carlo, for sharing your successful experience. Is there any burning question from the audience, here in presence or remotely? I just noted 2 questions that maybe Vincenzo could address on the budget and the associated partners.
Yep. Yeah, so the questions, the first one, it's about the budget table. Yes, it's correct. That has to be submitted only if the proposal is successful and if it will be invited to prepare a grant agreement. So there is no need to submit it now together with the proposal, but it is recommended to use it to prepare your budget, and it would also accelerate the process of the grant agreement preparation if your proposal would be successful. The second one, it's about the associated partners. Can associated partners be a subcontractor of a beneficiary? What my reply would be no. I also then say to my colleagues, Vittoria, to correct me if that's something wrong, because the idea is that the associated partners participate in the projects at their own cost. They can implement also very important tasks of the grant, but they can also provide in-kind contribution to some of the other beneficiary of affiliated entities. But the idea is not to overcome the eligibility condition, including associated partner, and that's paying as subcontracting costs. So the idea of the associated partner is not that one. Do we need to fill out the resources for each work package? Yes. In the application form part B, there is a table for the resources to be used at the at the end of each work package. This is the only place where you have a detailed information on the budget. The only other way we can check the budget is with in the part A, where there is a table on the budget, but this is not detailed at the level of work packages. Can associated partners be added during? Well, in principle, they would need an amendment, but I think it's possible.
Okay, thank you very much. If there's no further questions at the moment, I would like to move to our next set of presentations. And one important aspect, as was presented already this morning by Christos in the framework of the calls on the flagship project, we would like to give more information now on the Seabasin strategies and the regional cooperation. In this context, I'm inviting Iglika YAKOVA from DG MARE, unit dealing with Seabasin strategy, maritime regional cooperation and maritime security, to give us more insight into the Seabasin's cooperation.
Thank you. Good afternoon to everybody. This is somehow a common presentation that we will be having jointly with Javier Fernandez. So from our side, what I will do is I will briefly tell you a little bit on the sustainable blue economy communication, and then I will talk about the sea basins, how we implement the blue economy communication, and then share with you the purpose of this common assistance mechanism that we now have and how it could be of use to you. So Javier is our operational arm here, who will be there for you through the assistance mechanism to help and guide and give assistance to those who may need it. But I'll start first with explaining a little bit this communication on sustainable blue economy, what it is, where we stand with it. We adopted the communication last May 2021, and the purpose was to move from the blue growth approach that we were developing into an approach on sustainable blue economy in the EU. Now, more than 1 year after that, we are in the process of implementation, and that's why getting together here is so important for us, because we wish to implement the blue economy strategy through our work in the sea basins and through such actions such as the calls that gather us here today. In this new approach, we talk about circularity, zero pollution, biodiversity, decarbonization, and we wish to orient all blue economy activities towards a more sustainable way of doing. And I would really invite you to have a look at this document, because this is somehow our Bible, where we draw ideas on working together. We have a lot of information on the key enablers, innovation, digitalization, circularity. We have a lot of information on governance as well, and how we implement it regionally, nationally, through different stakeholders. So I believe it's really an important guiding document for you, where you would find some useful ideas for your specific sector, and also how to build synergies, how to bring everything together. That was the first point that I wanted to emphasize, that the sustainable blue economy strategy is our overarching framework through which we work. We've been implementing it for more than a year, and we have noticed that in order for it to be operational, we need the involvement of all actors, and actors are, of course, local actors, regional actors, national actors, but most of all people who are on the grounds. The link with the social aspects, civil society, coastal communities, economic actors is really crucial. We have the best tool the best instrument to implement that is within our reach is the sea basin strategies and the macro-regional strategies. We have 3 sea basin initiatives that Christos ECONOMOU described this morning. We have the Atlantic, the West Med, and the Black Sea, and also the macro-regional strategies through which we work that are organized through the initiatives of DG Regio. We have the EUSR and the Baltic region strategy. In this particular call, which is the second one of its kind, we have also focused on the outermost regions, and we have enlarged the participation to all Mediterranean countries because we believe that we want to work on the participation of all the Mediterranean countries, and we would really welcome such synergies, such initiatives that bring actors together. Now I go to my third element, the assistance mechanism. We have put in place those sea basin initiatives thanks to what I called our operational arm, the assistance mechanism. For those 3 initiatives, we had 3 different specific assistance mechanisms because when we launched those initiatives, we wanted to focus on the regional specificity of each and one of them. And it's time now to enhance, to go on another speed and to bring a new contract, a new assistance mechanism that has more impetus, he has more, which is a strengthened one, I would say. And the value added is that in these specific circumstances, we have a really strong team that could help you with creating a network, putting you in contact with other stakeholders, bring more visibility, give policy advice, guide you on certain proposals or initiatives or priorities that could be of relevance when you draft your project. So I would absolutely encourage you to reach out to the colleagues. And we have here put in place through this unique assistance mechanism a very solid team of experts that have the capacity, the knowledge, that know the challenges on the ground, and they will be able to also guide you thanks to their experience with the European institutions, with the European processes, take full advantage of what they can offer to you. I would stop here and I would pass the floor to Javier, who could explain in detail what they do, how we do it, and how they operate in each sea basin.
Yep. Thank you very much, Iglika, for the first part of our presentation. So I've just realized, looking at the agenda, that I am your last speaker for the day. So you are glad that it will be only me, and after me will be a coffee break and the B2B sessions. But it's also good for me to be the last one because I've been here for a few hours, so I can pick up from some of the messages or some of the testimonies that other speakers have been putting together. Okay, so yes, I am Javier. I'm based in Spain, as you can see from my name. No much of a doubt from that country. Fasciat in the Atlantic, Fasciat in the Mediterranean, very maritime, really relevant to this call. What I'm trying to present to you very briefly and as more appealing as possible is the sea basins strategies assistance mechanism, which is a tool, as Iglika was saying, an operational arm for to help the implementation of the 3 sea basin strategies that have been described by both Iglika and Christos. Very brief presentation that I have prepared for you today with 3 main points. One of them on going very quickly through the priorities of the West Med, Atlantic, and the Black Sea. setting the scene, a little bit of things, and then 2 points on us, on the systems mechanism, on how we are planning to enable cooperation and boost synergies among the sea basins. And finally, what is probably the most interesting point for you, who are we and how we can help you in taking your project ideas to the next level. Okay, so first bullet point, yes, this is the official presentation. We had our kickoff meeting very, very recently. The new assistance mechanism for the 3 sea basins is intended to provide the necessary technical assistance / operational arm for the implementation of the 3 sea basin strategies. Yeah? These 3 sea basin strategies, for you to know or to remind you, are the WestMed Framework for Action, the Atlantic Action Plan 2.0, and the Common Maritime Agenda for the Black Sea. Yeah? I'm going to spend a couple of minutes on the thematic priorities of each of these 3 sea basins. But why? I want to put the focus on the thematic priorities. Because we have been hearing from before lunch and also with Vincenzo that the project needs to be relevant. And the project needs to be relevant if you can draw a direct line in between the priorities as set up in the WestMed initiative or the Atlantic or the Common Maritime Agenda for the Black Sea. If you cannot draw that line, if you cannot demonstrate that these strategies need your project in order to progress, then, you know, you won't stand with a nice chance of winning and being awarded the project because the competition is very high. That's why you need to take this seriously into consideration and try to incorporate or see yourselves in the context of these thematic priorities. Now, you have them in front of you. Of course, you have the documents available widely online and through the European Commission's usual communication channels. But please focus on the roadmap priorities, on where the member states and the partner countries want you to work together. Maritime safety, clusters, that rings a bell, obviously. Skills development, we've just heard about a project on skills, sustainable consumption and production, biodiversity, development of coastal communities, sustainable fisheries and aquaculture. Moving to the thematic priorities in the Atlantic, where you can see here the Atlantic ports as gateways and hubs. Then again, skills, minimum common denominator here, energy, also a key topic, and then a healthy ocean and resilient coasts. And then thirdly, 3 dimensions in the Black Sea, the environmental one, the innovation / digitalization one, and then the investment dimension, how to bring in the private equity and private funds into this policy and these sectors. Now, again, picking up from my previous colleagues in the panel, legacy strategy, how to ensure the duration of your project once the grant is over. If you really insert your project idea in the context of these strategies, then you're halfway to achieving sustainability of your results. Because once the project is over and you are fully engaged in one of these strategies, then naturally the regional and national governments will be supporting and taking things forward for the results of your respective projects. So this is, in my opinion, critical. Yeah, sorry. Now on us, on the assistance mechanism. So the idea here is 5 really points. We're trying to streamline and upscale the support provided so far to the 3 EU sea basin strategies. As you probably know, this assistance mechanism is not new. It's been running for the last 4, even more years in the past. And we're trying really to facilitate synergies between the various sea basins with this new contract, supporting the systemic exchange of best practices, identifying consistent policy feedback, and then linked to the above, promoting informed planning of future actions. On the key principles for running this joint assistance mechanism is to establish and maintain close relationships through time with the main sea basin and policy-related initiatives, then ensure an effective monitoring of funding initiatives. That should be always in the top of our minds. Constant look for strong synergies with other policies, programs, funding opportunities, scientific initiatives operating in the 3 sea basins, and then a strong looking again for strong synergies across sea basins and across stakeholders in the 3 sea basins. In order to undertake our activities and implement these key principles, we have set up a team composed of 2 blocks, like a central team and then a team that interests you more, which are our national hubs. Central team is kind of, in a way, coordinating the whole group of activities that we are meant to be executing. And at the sea basins teams, we have 4 national hubs in the Atlantic, corresponding to the 4 countries, 7 in the Black Sea, and 10 national hubs corresponding to the 10 countries of the West Med. Behind these national hubs, what is very important is that there is a name and a surname, and also a name and a surname with a person who is really there to help you, and to help you in doing what? And this would be then the next slide. So I bring you here in front of you a summary of some of the key activities devoted to you as actors or stakeholders that are interested in preparing project proposals and submitting them not only to the European Maritime, Fisheries and Aquaculture Fund call for proposals of today, but also to the Erasmus Plus program, the Horizon program, the Interreg family of programs operating in the Atlantic or in the Black Sea or in the Mediterranean. Well, you know very well the very wide range of programs which might be suitable to apply for when you want to develop things in the context of the sustainable blue economy. So basically you have there the menu, and if I can quickly take it through it, let me point you in the direction of 3 or 4 topics. First one, the third one on the blue, deep blue, identify and promote funding opportunities for projects in accordance with the West Med, Atlantic and Black Sea priorities and national priorities. This is one of the fundamental aspects of our work. We are there in Algeria, Samir Bashoush. We are in Italy, Leo Mansari. We are there to identify not only the EU funding programs that might help you, but also the national programs that can facilitate in the preparation and in the uptaking of your projects. We also talk to the private world. We want more and more to identify private investment opportunities, and also deal with those who can join forces with you from a financial point of view to take projects to a next level. That's also a fundamental part of the work we do for actors and stakeholders. We generally also support you with advice and assistance for setting up project ideas. Now, this does not mean that we will sit with you and fill in the application form with you. That's not the idea, that's not the spirit. But certainly we can help you in the design of the project. If you're interested to look for a suitable partner, if you're in the West Med and if you want to discuss something with a colleague in the Atlantic or in the Black Sea, connecting dots, this is where we can help you. We recently heard about an intervention from the representative of the Canarias Maritime Cluster, and then just 3 meters from her is the representative of Business Med. No? So Canarias and Tunisia, they might be interested to connect and talk to themselves. Through our Spanish National Hub, Marta Pascual in Spain, through our national hub in Tunisia, Salem Miladi, that could be a matter of minutes, basically, to bring you together. So this is just an example of the type of things that we could be doing for you. And ultimately, your point of contact to take your initiatives and project ideas to the next level. So I'm now finalizing just by saying that there you see the website addresses of the WestMed, the Atlantic strategy, and the Common Maritime Agenda for the Black Sea, and there you get the full details and contact details of all the team members who are from now on expecting and waiting for your contact in order to try to help you. And that will be it from my side. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Javier. And indeed, you were the last speaker. Thank you very much for highlighting all the many services that the assistance mechanism is providing, and invite all of you, all the audience, all the stakeholders to take advantage of them and contact you in order to see how to bring forward their project of regional cooperation. And I think they will also have the opportunity to meet you maybe in the B2B meetings afterwards, or via contacting you directly. So it's time to close the event. I would like to thank you, all our speakers, all our participants, and the audience also for your interest and participation. I hope it was informative. We tried to share with you not only the policy background, we insisted quite a lot with DG MARE colleagues to present you the policy framework in which these goals were presented, but also to provide some practical, concrete information on the calls themselves, how to apply the tips, and also to benefit also from advice from other stakeholders who have been participating or supporting the preparation and the further implementation of the project. So it's now time for more coffee and much making. So either on the spot or via the B2B platform. So a final invitation also to contribute to our survey on feedback for the organization. So if it's not done yet, it's not going to take you only a couple of minutes if you go through to Slido and fill in the questionnaire that is prepared for your feedback. So thanks a lot, and see you soon. Good luck.